Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back with another awesome DAZ Studio tutorial today. We are going to be going into, what is that? I'm not sure, I think that's my guitar handle or something. It might even be my light. Oh, it's that box back there. Box full of batteries. Okay, well, I have stuff in the scene, so all right. Now what we're going to be doing today is, and my hair looks really weird, I guess. It's funny shine on it or something. Okay. Today we're going to be going into head shapes. And a new product that's out. It's been out for a little while, like about maybe 2 months. But it's still new. I don't think anybody's done a tutorial on it. And it's just, and we're going to be doing this in relation to how, I may also touch on a few other things. I think we'll go over this head shapes thing really kind of quick. And then what we will do is go over I'm going to talk a little bit about lights, some ghost lights. Welcome, welcome, people, welcome. We are in for the long haul here. Angus, welcome. Say hello to Angus Marlowe. Hi, Angus. Oh, that was nice, Marlowe. Marlowe. We have Marlowe's here, all the way from Singapore. Yes, so we are, yes, or is it Shanghai? I think it's Shanghai, actually. So, yes, it is Marlowe. He's a world traveler now. Yep, so, okay. Well, last night I spent $60 in the DAZ store, but I got a ton of stuff. And just one moment. Okay, I'm back. I got a ton of stuff. And yeah, just the bundle, I guess, I'm not sure it's called this big bundle that I bought, but it came with a bunch of stuff. We might actually look into some of this too, into using it. I'm not sure how much I'm going to use some of the things, but the thing is that it was such a deal and it came with so much stuff, a lot of clothing items. And my brain just, like, I'll just add up a couple of things and say, well, you know, that adds up to $60. And then I get all of this other stuff too. And so, yeah, so at that point I decided, yeah, I think it's worth it. So I bought the latest, it's on sale today in the DAZ store. It just came out at 3 o'clock in the morning last night. Okay, what we're going to do here, what's going to happen? Yes, Marlowe the Magnificent. He is. Yes. And so what we're going to be doing is, from now on, my workflow is going to always include turbo loader. So when you see so you can pretty much assume that when I come into a new tutorial that all of my morphs are going to be turned off. And then from there, we'll decide what it is that we are going to do. Now, I believe that if I type in a 9 here, because really what it does is it makes DAZ so much faster to do things with. And so it's just the way it's the way I prefer to run Okay, now if we go into figures, we can find our Genesis 9. I'm looking for the Genesis 9 starter essentials. And in here, we should find, speaking of head shapes, there are a lot of head shapes here. So if I select this Genesis 9 actor, just to make sure that everything is loading for this, we're going to now select this Enable Required Morphs and Open File. And when I do that, if there are any particular morphs that it needs, it will enable them for this product, for this. Now I forgot about this Ty guy who comes with Genesis 9. I've not really seen him used in much. And we've also got Matt. And Matt and Ty look like they were kind of built on the same guy. I'm not really sure the difference here, which is kind of funny that Laura and Kate and Kat and Amala all look very radically different, but we get these two guys that look like, and this guy, these two guys look like they're pretty much the same character, but with different hair and slightly different colored skin. I don't know, you know, I just notice things like that. Okay. The thing is that, you know, I'm hoping that over time Dad's Studio is going to become more balanced, and, you know, and we can put kind of like this episode of all the sexism stuff kind of in the past. If they can, you know, modify the way the Dad's store seems to come off, then let's just move on, people. But you know, so it takes time to make a change. Okay, that's a famous line from Cat Stevens. Now that I think of it, so all right, here we go. So we have the Genesis 9 base figure. So if we go into parameters, and since we've loaded whatever morphs are associated with it, I believe the masculine body and the masculine head, that's what turns it into a Genesis 9 male. Let's put some underwear on, some shorts on. Okay, so we can keep it clean, decent, and not focus on the distractions. Okay, so we'll find some skin for him. Okay, so we'll put some materials on, and so we find masculine skin mat. Let's see what this looks like. See if it works on our figure. Welcome, people. Welcome. Yes, Marlo, say hello to everybody. Hi, everyone. Oh, that was nice, Marlo. Yes. And so we're waiting for, yes, Marlo's here watching the show today. Thank you for the likes. Okay, so we're going to put Red's cat's texture on our Genesis 9 figure, and here we go. All right, so we could put some hair on, but I think we'll just kind of go from here. I don't know why this figure still looks kind of feminine. It's probably the eyelashes. So if we take and, yeah, I would assume it's the eyelashes. So if we take the eyelashes, and I have a script here for the straight eyelashes, which seem, at least from my experience, seem to be the more masculine. Just that's all it, I guess that's all it really kind of took to sort of change the way that the figure looked. So yeah, and the eyebrows may also be, let's see if this eyebrow card, do I have an eyebrow card here? Or I guess body hair, straight snow. I don't have any cards here, so what we would do is come out of here, type the word essentials, and we go to the starter essentials, and we should be able to change the eyebrows, anatomy. Let's try this. Well, that didn't work. Z. Okay, let's just get rid of this eyebrow card, and then we'll try some of these other eyebrows. Let's select 9. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is just switching the head shape. And here in this scene, and we could at least just turn on, we go to content, and we'll use materials thing here. We go down here to Rex Red. Let's put an HDRI in the scene so that it's not all gray looking, so it looks a little bit more exciting. Okay, what's happening? Why aren't they? Oh, we gotta click this, all, no filter. And here we go. All right. Well, that's not very bright. Well, I think that's kind of nice, but it's a little too yellow. I mean, too orange again. Something that's a little bit cooler looking. Yeah, lights him up okay, good. And because we're working on heads, let's just kind of get his head here. Now, it looks pretty realistic. In the eyebrows, we have some real fiber eyebrows, which is nice. They're not painted on. Though sometimes the painted on eyebrows have more detail in them than the fiber. So don't just think because they're painted on that they're cheap. Painted on eyebrows can give your figure a massive jump in realism. So just use them both. Now, I'm not sure why this Genesis 8 Starter Essentials isn't installed, but this one is, you know, and it's like, how do I get rid of this one? I'm not sure. But, okay, it's something Daz needs to work on, okay? So we'll get rid of the essentials now. We're going to go now to, I don't know that it would be in figures. So I was able to load this figure in without turning on all the Genesis 9 morphs. Now these figures' heads, they would show up as morphs, but they also show up as presets in the product. So let's see what happens when we go down a little further here. And we should see this product with a bunch of heads in it. And I don't see it here. So it's got to be here in the default then. I just had it. So let's see. Ed, welcome. Yeah, well, thank you. I think this this figure is looking pretty dappy. So let's see what we've got here. We're looking for some heads, a headset. Let's see what we can find. There it is. Head shapes. And that's what this is about, is head shapes. So this gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different head shapes, okay? So these heads kind of all look the same to me, but when we put it under lights and we can kind of scrutinize it, I think this will be interesting to see how these work. And because I have all the morphs turned on, they should be almost instantaneously changed. So let's see. Now we're going to this is our Genesis 9 head shape with the masculine shape applied to it. You have to add the masculine shape. I don't believe that these are like standalone shapes, where if we just went to the Genesis 9 like middle kind of figure, whether if these would work without putting the masculine shape on. But let's give it a go and see what happens. Okay, so he looks masculine, but it kind of, in a way, I'm wondering if that replaced our masculine head. Yes, see, it did. It turned the masculine head off. And see, I kind of prefer the masculine head on with that shape. Just immediately it lost its masculinity as soon as I switched that shape on. And I think he looks much better with the masculine head turned on. Okay, so just a caution that when you switch these shapes, it turns the masculine head off. Okay, now we have another one, and then we got to go back to the parameters and turn it back on again. And does this look much different than what would be really interesting to do is to bring like duplicate this figure and put them all side by side or like really close by and see how different they look. Okay, so his ears kind of stick out a little bit. Now let's try a different one. Now his lips look a little different. Now we go back here to our parameters and put the masculine head back on. So that's the thing, is they don't look incredibly different. Let's get a little closer here and see if maybe that will do it. Well, okay, now his lips kind of, they come in and dip down. Let's take a look at that feature. And let's go now to this guy. Well, it's hard to say because the color, a lot has to do with the textures that do that make it look, because his lips actually don't dip down. It's the color that's on this that dips down. See these? I really am not seeing much difference in these faces. That's what's got. Okay, now let's see this guy. They don't look very different. And it's odd that it says masculine, but it turns off the masculine volume 2. So the V2 doesn't stand for like Victoria 2 or anything like that. Type A, let's go with this one. Let's just jump, because they switch so quickly, we can just leave this off. You see, these shapes don't seem to have... Tell me I'm crazy or something, but they don't seem to have any shape to them. They're all the same shape. Okay, all files. Yeah, I don't think they gave us the shapes that come with them, because I'm not seeing any difference here. Okay, now maybe when you click this, okay, we go into parameters. all right, maybe what's wrong here is I've got to turn on the Genesis 9 morphs, okay? Maybe having these morphs off, it's not loading the morphs, okay? So what we'll do is we'll check all, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt, we'll execute and turn on all the Genesis 9 morphs. That's probably what it is, okay? So let's see what happens now. Because when I switch that morph on, it should show that morph, okay, enabled 8,000 morphs. Okay, it should show that head morph in the figure then. Morph A. Okay, now we go to parameters. See, I'm not, okay, maybe I have to close DAS. Let's see, file, save as, save the scene. And we're going to go here to head shapes, go to renders, and we're going to call this head shapes product test. Head shapes product test. Okay. Now, because when I okay, let's take the, all right. I know maybe that's currently used. Okay. All right. And so we go back here to B maybe. Okay, and then we go to parameters, currently used. And see, there's no head that's been added, but let's save this. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt and close this down. See, I'd like to use these as, because you figure if they're giving you a new head, that's like 10 different characters in one product. That's why I bought it, thinking that all I have to do is switch their head and I've got a completely new character. So yeah, that product should be like 10 characters in one. You know, you don't get the body shape, but the head should be enough. You put a new head on them and, you know, you kind of overlook the fact that the body's the same, but the head should be very different. So let's see, we'll load this figure in. It's doing something because when I click on the head shape, it turns off the masculine. Isn't that weird that it just decides to turn off the masculine head, the masculine slider. Maybe once you apply the head, you have to look down through which this, we'll figure this out. If anyone can figure it out, I can. I'm not going to jump to conclusions and say, oh, they sold me, 10 heads and they're all the same. That's probably not the case, okay? It would seem that it seems that way, but I'm going to say 90% sure that it's not that way. But it's kind of odd because when I look at all those heads, they all kind of look the same, and it's like, why would I want 10 of the same heads? So I wouldn't. And they look too similar to me. But I bet they're not. So let's see what we have here. Let's zoom back in now. And let's get here and see what happens. Now, first step would be to now look at our parameters currently used. Okay, now I don't see a head there. Okay, we're going to type in the word shape. And we'll go to default products, and here it is, head shapes, volume 2. Now let's go to the DAS page here and see, maybe there's some kind of thing where you have to buy head shapes volume 1 in order for it to work or something. So let's go somewhere here, product name, publisher is censored. Okay, Genesis 9 head shapes. Required products. I'm quite sure I own this. No, I don't. Okay. Add to cart. Let's see what happens when we add this to cart. Let's go here. I bet I do. Why wouldn't I have bought that? I bet I do have this. Genesis 9 head shapes. $11 pages. Okay. Let's just type in shapes. Aging morphs. Okay, it's definitely for Hanoko. Hey. Okay. Shape randomizer, teeth essentials. Okay, I own that. Okay, this is volume 1. I also own volume 1. And if we open this up, okay, that should take us to the product. Head shapes. Okay, Genesis 9 head shapes owned. So I already own this product. It says purchased. Okay, and that's was in this bundle, and I remember getting this whole bundle. And that's 50%, that's 58% off. That's a good sale for this whole bundle here. If you don't own the Starter Essentials expansion, you really need it for Genesis 9. You just absolutely do. Because it comes with all these stuff like eyebrows and eyelashes and just everything. Eye colors and everything. All kinds of stuff. It's just all the basic stuff that your Genesis 9 figure that comes for free, that it needs. Okay, so, and then this gives you some basic shapes, body shapes, head shapes, and some expressions. Okay, so I have this product. Okay, so let's go back here now to this product, and let's read about this, because let's see what it says. All right. Head shapes, version 1, masculine, type F. Okay, so this is our type F. He's obviously got some shape to his face and some things. You can see that same shape here, and that little thing that's, okay, this is type F. Now, he looks like he has the same shape here, there. Offers users of the DAS original product, Genesis 9 head shapes, these 10 beautifully crafted presets to get them started on their unique character creation journey. Is an add-on to the original product. Okay. These morphs are not baked in and can therefore act as a starting point for artists to utilize as a stepping stone to achieve their ideal head shape for their characters. Okay, face, brow. So it's apparently a lot of morphs, but it looks like they were presets. Yeah, he looks different. He does. He looks kind of different with his little Nazi symbol here. I kind of don't like that stuff done here, like with, you know, obviously they're trying to put him in a Nazi suit, but it's not really Nazi. It's like, why do that? So these are different types, and you see this shape, these faces do look kind of different, okay? So they do subtly different. That's what I thought, is that, yeah, he looks very different. But what did they use? A bunch of dials also? No, see, he looks very radically different, okay? Head shapes, okay, and Van Helsing's skin. So they do, this particular one comes with some skin. Type A 100% Julius. Okay, so you can take this head shape and add some other. So this is 100%, and this is this head shape with a little bit of Julius mixed in. All right, so here's type 1. All right, so there are dials, morphs for them. So let's find the morphs. Okay, we'll close this. And we'll go to parameters. And we go to Genesis 9, shape. Let's type in and see what we can find here. See if we can find these head shapes. There's a lot of, I have a ton of dials here. Let's go to head. Head. That should narrow it down a tiny bit. I shouldn't see them because it's like they're type A, B, C. Okay. Lashes. Let's just kind of drag this down. Then me. Eyelids. They'd probably be in the character. Bin me, forehead depth. Teeth. Mouth. What do we got? Nose. Well, if you're going to show, would any time here would be nice. Let's, okay, these are head shapes. Okay, it might be in here. Okay. Now we got type. Okay, we got some head shapes here. Version 1, version 2. This is our product here. So let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, well, that was a big change. All right, so let's go into texture shaded mode because we can see the morph actually applying here. Let's see if we can turn back on our... All right, now we lost our... Let's see if we can turn on the masculine. Masculine, oh, head. Masculine head, or see if, yeah, I kind of like to leave that on. Okay, now we go back to head. And here they are again, nice. So we can just turn this down gradually. And I bet that turned back off the masculine head, but let's see. Very European looking face. Okay, so maybe this first set, well, Well, that's not as European as the last one. Okay, they're quite different. So yeah, it's like that was very European. And let's see what he looks like. See, so this is not a bad little set. It gives you basically, well, that both sets put together. I like him. It's 20 different figures. Now look at that face. That's very nice. Very nice face. That's type F. I like what they've done here. There's some nice features here that you don't see in a lot of other figures. You know, it makes you think when they're doing a bunch of figures like this that they can kind of they can kind of be a little more experimental because they're not searching for that perfect face. And those pensive little beady eyes. And here we go. I like him too. The eyebrows really suit him. Those bushy eyebrows suit his eyes in a way. Let's see what we got. Not too hot on him. Now we're type A. This is version part 2. Okay. He's sort of okay in a goofy way. Let's see. So, the thing is that they are very different. He's kind of nice. He looks, they all seem to have a little bit of a European flair to them. But he looks kind of like a James, like a spy kind of guy, secret agent look. I like he's got those hunter eyes. That's very nice. He's very nice. And let's see, what else have we got? We've got he's not bad though. See, the thing is, you don't have to dial it all the way up. What's nice is if you dial it like just part of the way up, then you don't get the sharp figures. But what's nice is that they really accentuated the look. They exaggerated them, and that's it's kind of important to have the looks exaggerated. Because you can always soften them up a little bit. You can just soften them up, and then like every one of these faces work, because if they're just really too exaggerated, you can see like that's the exaggerated face, which there's a lot of character there. But if you just bring it down a little bit, then all of a sudden it seems to work. So, and you know, that is the way almost every day. I don't know how they do it, but he looks a little Asian. It's very nice. Just the right kind of mix. Very nice. And you can bring that down and yeah. So there's that. Type H. What have we got? Yeah, he's very nice because like you dial him down, and then suddenly he's just really kind of nice looking. Yeah, and let's see. We have type I. Very European. It's very European. So we take this down a little bit. And then he kind of looks American collegiate. You take it down just enough, and suddenly he just looks collegiate. Just kind of looks like your average college guy, kind of. And yeah. So this is very now these faces would look very different by just changing out the skin. Yes, we're gonna go. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. We're going to go back. The changes, yes, they do. I think they do. Eve, they do. They do work. There's enough of a difference in them to make the products. So I would say this. Well, obviously it was a buy for me because just the idea of getting 10 head shapes in one product and two products getting 20 head shapes, that's 20 characters, 20 different characters, because, you can just morph the body into whatever you want. But let's see. Now let's go back up here and to our currently used. Yeah, see, the masculine head shape is still on. If I took this off, then the figures are then those... And then we go back to head here. These figures are probably going to look, well, I think they look a little bit less, exaggerated. So maybe that's the way they're meant to be used, is without the masculine head on. But I'm not sure whether if you would think that you'd keep the masculine head on. All right, let's see what happens when we take this particular head and okay, we got to go to here. Masculine head. See, I think he looks better with the masculine head on. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, so I would say definitely use these with the masculine head on, okay? So it's just at least from my perspective, the neck gets a wider, and the head gets a little wider also. Yeah. So and you just add a little bit of like some scruff and some. They don't have hair. You add just a little bit of and like I said, I would take. And all right, and isn't it odd that that these all come up under the masculine, and we have another one, masculine old. Yeah, that's with it dragged all the way up, but just even a little bit here. Yeah, that definitely did something there. Masculine head young. So that doesn't work too well. Now let's see. Now this is these are expressions, I think. Yeah, these are that's pretty cool. This is another thing. So we go to reset value. Let's go here so we can kind of see the expressions kind of animate. So this is interesting. There's no negative, it's just the positive. Which why didn't they just have them start from here up? If there's no real effect negative, maybe there is, I guess. Yeah, there's a little bit of a negative effect. All right, because these are things men do with their face. So Just a little bit of a smile. It's kind of nice. Just a little smile. See how these smiles are real hard to pull them off, because your figures kind of look. But if you can, sometimes you just need a little bit to make your figures kind of look Z. And he obviously, there's a squint with that smile. So we're jumping into another product here. This is called Pure Masculine. And these are expressions. And there's the Popeye smile. And let's see, full face smile. Well, that's not a smile. Oh, these are all full face. Okay. Now, what do? Do they go into little partial smile? Yeah, lower. Oh, this is nice. So you can just change the lower part. And then and I bet there's upper. Okay, so you can then add an upper smile. Yeah, it's like hum-de-dum-de-dum. And you just upper and the lower. Okay, so this is okay. This is the lower. I pulled it in the wrong direction. Okay, we got to pull that. You only want to use like one or a little bit of two of them, and if you drag it all the way up, you're going to get like a really kind of exaggerated. And like I said, what you want to do is his face is exaggerated as it is. So if you come into here, these are the masculine ones, and just don't go all the way with it. Yeah, or let's just try a different face with that expression. So he looks dissatisfied. Oh, I'm just getting over, speaking of that. Yes, it does go weird if you put too much. Now this is just this particular face. I really like this face, and it kind of goes well. See, so, you might find that your next favorite character is somewhere in this group. So they're just hiding, and it's when you go through your morphs and you see a list like this, it's kind of daunting. It makes you feel like just not using it, because now I really like that face. It makes you not want to use it because they're just so similar, but they are different characters. Okay, so we can go into currently used, and we can just reset value, and so we can get rid of the snarl. So yeah, I just got over a really, really bad bout of food poisoning. I thought I was gonna die. Yep. And I was so weak I couldn't get out of bed. And so it took me a few days. I'm still kind of really not back. So yeah, but I had to come back and just try to work. Okay, so we're back to Genesis. This is our Genesis 9 figure, and then we go back to head again, and hopefully it's still. I like the way the morphs doesn't change. In the morph list, it's not like smart content necessarily. It doesn't change your place. So this is Victoria's masculine head, and let's see, currently used. We still have the base masculine head. Yeah, see, that even that doesn't look right without the masculine head applied. And so, yeah, this whole, the head, you just keep in mind. Now you have another option. We can take this male body and male head down. And then what we can do is take, instead of typing masculine, M-A-S-C, type M-A-L-E. And we go to Genesis 9. And then we have the male body. So we can put the Genesis 8 male body on our figure and the Genesis 8 male head. And suddenly, does that head look familiar? Well, it should. That's our Genesis 8 male. And then, so what happens now when we go back to masculine? And we type head. And we go to Genesis 9, and we go way back down to the bottom here to these. We're looking for M-A-S-C. M-A-S-C. All right, what happens when we apply this masculine head to the Genesis 10? And see, that looks weird. It doesn't look like the geometry was made for it. It looks kind of gaunt and it doesn't look right. That one doesn't. And I don't know that any of this looks right. It's just, for some reason, the eyes are sunken in really deep. And I may have gotten this Genesis 8 masculine head by converting my Genesis 8 figure to Genesis 9, and then it put the Genesis 8. And obviously the eyes are not, they're not out far enough, and they're not the right size. So we would have to mess with the eyes, but just be aware that that's there, but obviously this doesn't work. Now, this is with, okay, we go to parameters. He doesn't look that bad. Now, this is our Genesis 9, and that's without any, let's see what's currently used. Let's get rid of this masculine. And what we have is the Genesis 9. Just Genesis 8 head is turned on. And the Genesis, now what's up with the mouth realism? Let's go into here and see what happens when we, I don't really see any change, but it may be like where it just adds some creases to his lips and stuff. Okay, but the body and head, it definitely turns him into a male. Okay, there's no doubt about that. And the Genesis 8 head, if it's a little too much, you could always just tone it down a tiny bit. Let's see, Genesis 8 head. Just tone it down a bit. And it does bring him more into the female, or maybe make him look a little younger. But yeah, it definitely changes him to a masculine. And to me, and the thing is if I brought in, let's do that. Let's bring in our Genesis 8 figure. I wonder if I've got him in scripts. I think I do. Genesis 8 basic male. Let's bring him in. Even though my morphs are turned on, it will still load the Genesis 8 male because those aren't turned off by Morph Loader. And you will see that they will line up perfectly. Well, I guess he didn't because of the height. Genesis 9 is shorter. So we would have to go proportionally. But if you look at these faces, and once we do the proportional thing, Genesis 8 male, Okay, let's see. This would be proportional, PROP, proportional, select this, proportional scale, a proportional height. Where is the... Oh, this wouldn't be proportional. It would, for Genesis 8, it's height. It just use height, okay? You bring this down and watch them line right up. See that? See, they are the same figure. Pretty darn close to it. Yeah, see, so Daz has done us some beautiful work because they've given us like standards, okay? They've given us, okay, we go up a little bit like this. And it's not completely perfect because of the proportional height, because the Genesis 9 is a little shorter, and so it changed the height a little bit in a proportional kind of way, but that's the same face. And if we just pull one over, and that's what's really nice about this is that, so if you want to morph, if you want to take your Genesis 9 figure, okay, and let's hide this Genesis 8 figure, and it's got different skin on, that's why he looks different. He's got PBR skin, which is much nicer, even in texture shaded. But like then if you want to go and morph head some of your Genesis 8 figures to this Genesis 8, to the Genesis 8, like Nico's head. Oh, we got to select Genesis 9. All right, we go to head. Okay, head. And we come down here to where the heads are. I think there's a people here thing. Maybe people and heads. No, people. Yeah, that's the way to dial it down. So this is Genesis 9. You have to get down to the Genesis 8 people. Okay, and it's, okay, these are, okay, so it's still showing me my Genesis 8 heads, even though I have them turned off. I wonder if they actually work. This is the Genesis 8 head. Yeah. So it's weird that these morphs are still showing up. Oh, because they're Genesis 9 morphs. I have all my Genesis 9 morphs. How to load PBR skin because it doesn't work for you. Just use Alt and click and we'll reset value. Too much and it will go weird. Okay, just use Alt and click. Oh, okay, that's a nice tip. Alt and click and it will reset value. That is nice. That's nice. I saw Jay teach that one and it never stuck with me. So, okay. So this is Hungren, Hugren, and let's see, Hans, another European. Look, okay, very, why that looks so terrible, I don't know. I think it's because they do get exaggerated a little bit if you go all the way up. Fergal. I usually just use a little bit of them. Fergal. But the thing is if you, now if we turn off the Genesis 8 head again, and then we go back to head, people, and we go back to these. I don't believe that they work right. The head's not going to just give us, maybe it will, okay? I don't know. Maybe that's what we have to learn here, okay? These are all Genesis 8 heads. Evar. Let's see what we've got. Let's find some Genesis 8 heads. Okay, this is Genesis 8. Well, you know, that kind of does look a little bit more like him than Alex Capital. You want to use... And see, that does too. So maybe I've been doing it wrong by turning the Genesis 8 head on and then doing it. Because these heads may include that Genesis 8 morph. You see, that does look like Bruce too. But the thing is, and I usually just dial up Bruce a little bit. But you know that when I go now to this Genesis 8 head, masculine male is our keyword. And male head. See, that does kind of, you see now the eyes look protruded. He kind of looks, it doesn't look right when you bring the head down. Then it kind of looks natural. So, so maybe you don't use that, the Genesis. You don't dial this up and then put the morph on, because this looks kind of natural here. He looks like a real person, but you take that, you put the Genesis 9 head on top of it. He looks like a real kind of person here, but you put the Genesis 9 head on top of it, and all of a sudden he kind of looks like Frankenstein. I mean, the Genesis 8 male head. That's a kind of that takes you into the Frankenstein look. And that's usually an indication that something's not right. So we go back to people here, take this male off, and we that was what was alternate plus click. Let's see. Let's go back to Bruce. Bruce, alternate click. Well, that does work. Very nice. You can just go down through them, and very nice. Thank you, Anus. Yeah, I'll have to remember that, because sometimes I go crazy putting a bunch of stuff in, and then I want to go down through, and that's very nice. That's a big help. Evar. Okay, we're going to keep going down. There's our Genesis 8. Now let's see, try Christian's head. See, even all the way up, you know, you see a little bit of distortion. There are some problems with the way it works. There's a little bit of distortion around the eyes. But if you just bring it up, down a little bit, so it's not so much, then the eyes are fine. And I might have to enlarge the eyes a bit to make them fit the sockets, but that looks like a human. He looks like a human there. So don't turn on the Genesis 8 head, okay? Because this includes the head within it. It just takes you from, I guess, this to this. How it works to take you from this figure to that. It must be calibrating. Oh, yeah. Because when you convert your figure, you convert it with the Deb figure, with this figure. And so it's figuring the geometry from this figure to your Genesis 8 figure. It's figuring all the points. And so we would have Fergal here. And see, now that it's so odd that that's Fergal. And let's go back, currently used, make sure the head's not on. So it's showing Fergal head is being used here. Mouth realism, we take this off. Okay, that doesn't change the shape of the face at all. All right, so that would mean that also would go for the body. So we turn the male body off and we zoom out on the body. Now we have this, our dev kind of figure. And then we go to body, full body or just body. Well, I guess full body. Let's see if we can find our, this would be full body people, real world. Well, let's try Alex Capital's body. Yes, see that? That looks natural now. Yeah, this is nice. This was a good test today, people, to just kind of clear up how to really kind of morph your Genesis 8 figures onto Genesis 9. So, and also that means that now if you want to add all these body details, like body size and tone and all, as Anu said, too much and it will go weird, I would assume you'd want to take this Alex Capital down a little bit and then add the bodybuilder size and these other things, fitness size. Yeah, and you might even, if you want, the more you add those, the more you want to take down the Alex Capital body. Stocky. See, so that looks nice and thin. Now, see, there's just too much. As Anu said, you put too much of this. And if I bring the Alex Capital body down, the bodybuilder size, you just want to kind of, if you want with this body size, if you want them thin, you go with the thin. If you want an alternate minus, that's a nice key. Fitness size, you just kind of bring in the size you want. And maybe you can get away with a little bit of, like make him a little bit heavy. So, yeah, you can get away with maybe a couple of these together a little bit. Body size, body tone, like Mr. Universe. See, that looks pretty natural right there. I think I've been doing a lot of my body tone stuff like wrong in the and the morphing of my previous figures, characters and all. So, yeah, this is Fergal's head, and that looks natural. His head seems to now fit his body, and that's the problem, is I've ended up kind of making my figures look really kind of grotesque by adding that male. Now, if you want the Genesis 8 male figure, then you'd go to this currently used and you take your Fergal head off. And now you have the Genesis 9 head. And then you just go to here, which would be male. You type in male here. And that would take you to your Genesis 8 male head. And then you have your Genesis 8 male head, which you have to kind of fix the eyes a little bit. But maybe if you bring this down a little bit, you don't have to fix the eyes quite as much. And that, I mean, Genesis 8 male head, when I first started in Daz, I was just like completely blown away by Genesis 8. I was using Genesis 8 in everything. I just thought that this face was the most perfect face ever. And that's, there's still a part of me that kind of still thinks that you can't go wrong with this face. Anus, is it possible to create membranes between the fingers? Yes, you would do that. You can do that in Hexagon. without having to. You can also do that in Blender. You cannot do that in DAZ, okay? So you would have to do that, but it's not, you know, if you want to do that, you're on the way to making custom characters, okay? And so I would suggest, Sakar, is to decide. There are DAZ figures that have membranes between. I believe some of the mermen do, and there are DAZ figures that have the membranes already there. There aren't that many. You have to look around in the store, but I can yes, they would be fish membranes between their fingers. I believe maybe the mermen, you can get some of them. I think you can get that add-on with the mermen, but I'm not positive. But I think I've seen that before. You have to make up your mind in your decision and say, do I want to be an end product artist, or do I want to do like a pre-content artist? You have to say, do I want to be the one making scenes, like work a couple hours and make a scene and I'm all done? Or do I want to make characters for scenes and because you can do them both, but the process of making like fins for a character, that takes days to do. Because you have to learn everything, something like that. It's so different. Your previous question. Oh yes, I did. I was saving that to answer that in a moment. Okay. Because I've spent a lot of time on PBR skin. Oh, the PBR skin renders dark. Okay. And ugly. What am I doing wrong? Okay. Well, I can explain a little bit of that to you. Okay. Because I think I'm kind of done with this shaping thing here. We'll leave him like looking all tubby. No, just kidding. And obese. With the Genesis 8 head. So, but yeah, that's just the most perfect shaped head. I don't know exactly who he reminds me of, but you can see from the side, that's definitely the Genesis 8 head. Yeah, there's almost a very simplistic kind of look to the face, but all right. So I recognize Genesis 8 right there. So it's, DAZ has given us, I'm going to tie things up because we'll go into PBR skin. We'll shift gears because, the beginning of this, I figured I would, and thank you for the likes, people. Thank you. Now I figured I would go into the whole head thing, and I think I accomplished what I wanted to do. I learned something that was very useful as how to take because as you can see, when I first, because I'm almost done, Anus, and then we'll do this. Now, before I converted any characters to Genesis 9, okay? When I would look into this parameters thing and go into like head and go take this male and click on my Genesis 9 figure, go back into head and would be a people. I think we can even dial it down to male. No, okay. Yeah, masculine. Then the only thing that was here was the few Genesis 9 heads that I had purchased from bodies. So every time I'd purchase a Genesis 9 figure and install it in the install manager, their head would show up here, okay? And then I could dial their head in and I could use the Genesis 9 heads. But none of my Genesis 8 heads were here, okay? and I use the RSSY converter. And if you can get things to, and I went, and it took me a couple of days, and you can see me pulling my hair out during some tutorials that I did, and you can look up my character converters, and you can see that I had a really tough time, but I managed to do it. And if you can get it to convert, you will see that, I mean, look at this. Look what I have in here for my characters here. Genesis 9, we're looking at Genesis 9 here, and I have, let's see, where are they? Where are you guys? All my Genesis 8 characters. Charlie. Okay, I guess they're not in masculine, but they are in people. Okay, so we go down here, and we got Hudson. No, okay, we have a pit bull fight outside. Those are big dogs. Okay, let's see. So we go down here, and you will, maybe they're not here. I don't know. Oh, yeah, here. This is Genesis 8. Okay, Bentley, I believe is. So they, all of a sudden, my Genesis 8 figures, their heads started to show up here in my. So like Pablo, look at all my characters, and you see, I was like downright angry, you know, because it was like I kept making, you know, I'm a terrible DAS, you know, customer, okay, because when Genesis 9 came out, I was very frustrated. It's like, how do I just want one thing, and that's the ability to morph my Genesis 9 into my Genesis 8 faces. I want to be able to take Pablo's face, and so if I come up here to currently use, we'll turn off the Genesis 9 head. Where is it? Okay, Genesis 8, turn off alternate. I used alternate there. And then so we're going to go here to people. And now I have, let's see, we go back down here to, no, it was head, I guess head. No, I guess people works too. And so then I could just, all of a sudden, it was like with this RSSY product, it gave me the ability. And so now we have the Genesis 9, like, dev head, okay? And so as I go down through here and I find my Genesis, like Alistair, here's Alistair. And look at that. It's just, that's like amazing. There's Alistair. And these are people, these are heads that I've been using for quite a few years. Bentley. It's Bentley. And so I just, Bruce, which was like one of my favorite heads, even though when you put him up, although this is the way they made him look like Frankenstein. But you just dial it down a little bit, and you have the most beautiful man. You put some hair on him, and Bruce is, I believe, one of the most beautiful DAS men ever made. And I've got to turn off the body, all this body stuff, body tone. It looks terrible. Stocky, we'll turn up the tone, but we'll leave the stocky part down. Okay, so Bruce is just absolutely the most beautiful man with DAS. But you turn him up all the way, and he's ugly. And that's the thing is, they made them, they made these figures to look caricaturish, okay, caricaturish, but if you just turn them down a little bit, it's like, oh my God, it's like all of a sudden there's just something really beautiful about these figures. And so, and then we'll take Bruce's head off, and we'll go back to, what was it, the heads again? What was it, people? People again, people needing people. All right, so this this is huge, people. This means that I can take my Genesis 8 figures and just dial up a quick little dial on them, and my Genesis 8 figure is a Genesis 9 figure, and all the clothing, all of the other stuff, everything, all the auto fit works for most clothes. With James, I don't even remember ever using James. Let's see what James looks like. There's James. So this, I believe, yeah, and James, I might be an 8-1 figure. I'm not sure, but, and this is, where's Pablo? Pablo, give him a little bit of a Latin look. Yeah, there's Pablo. Just beautiful, beautiful. And then you can use all your Genesis 9 skins, which already are PBR. They're maximized to look right in PBR. Okay, so we take Pablo alternate again. We got Roy here. Roy, this is about where I would always go to my Genesis 8 figures and dial down their looks. So I'm just not dialing it up all the way. You know, that's the thing, is I'm just not dialing them. Roy even looks a little bit kind of too much with it up. So you if you want, strong Roy, then you just don't dial it down so much. But the thing is that if you really want to kind of give him a very unique look, and that kind of enough of a unique look that any Daz person is going to look and say, "Oh, that's Roy." So now I don't believe the HD heads, they don't work with, no. So you notice how it changed the body? Doesn't look at all like Roy. So you just don't even, if you have a non-HD version of Genesis 8, don't convert the HD version. Just convert. See, I made a mistake and converted the HD version of Roy. And I probably could just edit this, turn it on edit and delete that and get rid of it. I don't know if it'd come back or not, but okay. And there's also Rodrigo here. Just to do a couple more to say these are our look at Rodrigo. It's just beautiful. Very, very Latin looking figure. Just beautifully shaped. This is really, really beautiful. So yeah, this is like almost like Jesus kind of look. You know, it's got that perfect Renaissance painting kind of look. It's just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And the thing is Rodrigo never looked this beautiful in as a Genesis 8 figure. Never had this realism. That's why Genesis 9 and the whole PBR thing, it's where it's at. And so, the thing is yes, you can take, and so let's get Rodrigo's skin and let's put it on this Genesis 9 figure. Okay, so we're going to jump now to Anus's request, okay, because he's kind of asked first. Well, he's the only one who's asked me to do anything in particular. I hope you're still here, Anus. So what we're going to do is we're going to go now to my favorites where I keep this, and this is what we're going to do is we're going to go this material suit. Now Pablo is Genesis 8, so I'm going to add to Genesis 8. Oh, okay, this is one way to bring Pablo's skin in, okay, is through the material suit, okay? Oh, good, Anus. Okay, so you have to own this. It's the character converter, And along with the character converter comes this material suit. I think it's in a bundle, but I'm not sure. All right, so yeah, it is, I believe. So you buy the character converter for Genesis 8 male and female, and 8 and to 9, and it gives you the material suit. All right, so if I take this, now it's kind of too bad because this skin is just absolutely beautiful. But if you want Rodrigo's skin on Rodrigo's face, then what you do is you come here and you go to the material suit and you select your Genesis 9 figure and add the Genesis 8 material suit to it. Okay? This is one way to get your PBR skin converted. Okay? So then we select, okay, I think we select Genesis 9, or we might select the male suit. I have to remember, but okay, so what we go do next is we go to our smart content, go out of here. Oh, this would be Pablo. Pablo. And I don't know. Oh, Pablo's 8-1. All right, so we have to go control that Z. And let's go back to our... Can we go back? Edit. Undo material suit. Okay, I think that worked. Okay. So we go to favorites, and I'm going to add the 8-1 male material suit. Okay. And we wait until that goes on. And I will show you how to fix that, the dark. It's probably the translucency that you're getting wrong. And so I'll show you how to fix that. Okay, so now we have the Genesis 8-1 male suit. So now let's select figures and go Pablo. If you type slow, if you like, because there's a bug up here that you go to type and it doesn't work, it's because you're typing it in too quick. If you just type P-A, just slow down a little bit, P-A-B-L-O, then it'll work. Okay, so now what I do is I select the Pablo skin, all maps, then I go up to favorites, and I go to the material suit and apply the hierarchical, and there, see, this didn't come out dark. It's this is now his skin, and including his eyes don't look right. Okay, so something's wrong with the eyes, and I'm not sure exactly what it is, but they didn't come out right. So, oh, and also he's got the other eyebrows, because Pablo has painted eyebrows. So what I could do is instead go down to this, I think the head, okay, eyebrows off. Then if you select this material suit here, because that's for the hierarchical materials. But if we go to the male suit, we can just put on the other one that gets rid of his eyebrows. But the thing about Pablo, now he looks kind of normal, okay, a little bit. He looks sort of normal. The thing about Pablo, and this is his skin, and if you look at it up close, you get to see the details that they put into Pablo's skin. So, but we have Genesis 9 eyebrows. So what we could do, and Pablo has the most amazing eyebrows. They're painted on, but they just make his look. They make him look like Pablo. So what you do is you go to the eyebrows. Let's just turn them off, and then we'll click back on the male suit and put on Pablo's eyebrows. And you see that's the difference between painted on eyebrows. You just can't get fiber eyebrows that look quite like that. Now his eyes, there's something wrong with his eyes. Pablo eyes, I don't know what it is about this, his eyes. But what I would suggest is to just delete the eye suit, the Genesis 8.1 eye suit, or let's just see if we can just try a different eye first, right directly onto the eye suit. And I believe that what it is it's it's that there's something wrong with the eye suit. So if we just delete the eye suit and we put it always goes on very dark. I will show you that, Anus, okay? I'm showing you this through the character one, which allows you to put Genesis 8 PBR skin on a Genesis 9 figure that you've changed the head shape to, okay? And then we'll go into just converting Genesis 8, because I'm kind of, this tutorial, I'm just trying to, for as long as I can, stick with the Genesis 9 figure and the head shapes with it, okay? And but I will then go in just a little bit. I will go and show you how to do a Genesis 8 figure, okay? Which will require me just kind of deleting this figure out of the scene and turning on my morphs and all. So I'll do it. Okay. So now we're going to go to this is in my scripts here. I have the Genesis. We're going to add the Genesis 9 eyes to Pablo. And they always come out like weird looking like that. But then we go to Genesis 9 eyes, which are where eye suit. It is my pleasure. I just appreciate. Oh, and I have Genesis 8 already in the scene, so we can work with him. Okay, so we'll be able to just change him to something. All right. So we're gonna go to the eye suit, male mouth suit eyes. Okay, Genesis 9 eyes, and now we can't put Genesis 8 eyes on Genesis 9. And what I do is I keep my eyes. I keep all my eyes here in this, not in products, in categories. And then we go to Rex Red. And we go to eyes. And then I go to Genesis 9 eyes. And then I have all of my Genesis 9 eyes here. And I can just go between them and change them. And so let's try these. Marcus eyes. And look what we have. Then we have Pablo with, I think Pablo's eyes should be darker. Yeah. And now they're too small, you know, and there is a resize thing for the eyes. Once with these, okay, size. No, I typed it too fast. S. Iris size, no, this eyeball. No, you can go, all right, it's in the parameters, general, okay, it's right in the, it's right under scale. I think it's right in here. Pupil adjustment. Okay, eyeball, left eyeball, iris size. No, it's Dyson. Pupil, they all seem, okay, I think it might be just scale. No, it's not. Okay, I thought there was one here, but no, what you have to do is you just have to select each eye like this, right eye, and you go 120, and then you can take this eye, and you select it, and you go scale 120. 120 usually gets you in the ballpark, and then you bring these back into the head a little, like that. And this one back into the head a little bit, like that. Pretty close, just gonna get him in the ballpark, and then we go here to back to the male eye suit eyes, and we go to iris size, and then we go back to Iray. If you replace the color on the eyes enough, okay, I put that one way in. Okay, I've got to get in a little closer. And get out of here. Look at Pablo's skin. Okay, now let's see if that looks right. And so we go select back on the eyes. Yeah, and now we just make the iris size what, smaller? Yeah, and there we go. There's our Pablo. Okay, so all right, now what we're gonna do, so I just wanted to kind of show you how to get the head shape and their skin on them, okay? And it is using Genesis 9 eyes, okay? So at least there's a way to fix Pablo's eyes. I think you might have to delete like the tier, a layer of the eye, the Genesis 8 eye, and it fixes it. I'm still not too pleased with the way these eyes, but you can move them. It looks like they're up a little high. So all right, but that's Pablo. All right, so like we've never seen him before. All right, so now we delete Pablo. Let's go now to I'm gonna delete this Genesis 8 male, because what we're gonna do is find like not just Genesis 8, but one of the regular Genesis 8 kind of characters that people normally use and all. Well, we got 8.1, but let's 8.1. Now, okay, Anus, this is where we're starting at your request here. 8.1 figures usually already have PBR skin, okay? And so when you go to convert their skin, the program will say, select a character that isn't already converted to PBR, okay? So that's the 8.1's. What'll happen if you try to do this to an 8.1 character. All right, so but we're going to find, okay, and I think I'm going to use Holt. Holt has the most amazing skin. You can take Holt's skin. He's got like kind of like old age spots and all this stuff. His skin is just so interesting, okay, that you can use Holt's skin on your on a character, on a Genesis 9 character or whatever, and it usually gets some pretty incredible. Holt has like some pretty, like his knees are all red on the front, like he's just got some age areas, things. His skin just looks incredibly kind of like damaged in a way. He's got spider veins. It's just like, wow, he's got just so much realism in his skin. So let's find Holt and bring him into the scene. But he's a Genesis 8 character, okay? Okay, do not skip this, okay? I have I have my characters turned off. So what we're gonna do is delete Holt again, select Holt, and then I will use this this thing to just load Holt's stuff, okay? And now we've got Holt, and you can see by the look of his skin that his skin looks kind of reddish. It just doesn't look good. And it just doesn't, it looks pasty, it looks too shiny. But if you look at his skin and all, he's got all these, his skin is just amazingly detailed. He's got just so much character in his skin. And if you even notice, he's got little spider veins on his nose and all. It's just, it's rugged skin, okay? Holt's skin is amazing, but it's Iray, it's not PBR, and it doesn't look quite right. Okay, so the first thing you do when you, and why are my shaders way down here? Surfaces, I mean. I usually keep them up here. Surfaces are usually right past after parameters. Okay. So you go to surfaces and you select Holt, and the first thing you do is you go down here and you click on skin, and you go to surfaces here, and then it selects all these, but then you just select off and select on face. Okay. And what you end up with is it takes you to the face maps. And this will tell you if you have a transparency or if it's using the same base skin, okay? And you look at that by looking at the name and see where it says, you read through, it says, My DAZ 3D Library, Runtime, Textures, DAZ Characters, Genesis 8, Holt, 8, Holt, 8. Then it says the name of the skin texture is Holt 8 face D01_1001.jpg. Okay? Now, you see, that is the name of the base texture file. Okay? Then when you go to translucency color, as you can see, this looks like it's a couple of shades lighter. Okay? And also, if you look at the file name, it says Holt 8 face SSS01_1001.jpg. So it's a different file name for the translucency color. So that means that the base map and translucency colors are different files. And that's not always the case. A lot of Genesis 8 characters that you buy from the DAZ store use the same base map as they do for the translucency. Okay, so they both have the same name. The file name will be the same, and when you look at them, the translucency color is going to be the same. It won't look lighter like that. Okay, it's going to look like exactly the same thing. Okay, and it will have the same file name. Okay, so you have to find that out before you go and use the converter. Okay, you have to find out, does it have its own a separate translucency, or does it not? And that's, so you have to find that out every time before you convert your Genesis 8 skin to PBR. So then you come up to your converter, okay, which is up here, which I keep up here, and you'll have two options to convert. One is going to say create translucency, and the other is going to say keep translucency. Okay? Well, if both files are the same, okay, they're using the same map, then that means that it doesn't have its own translucency. That means they kind of skimped out on the character and they didn't make a separate translucency map that was a couple of shades lighter. Okay? And so in that case, if both of them have the same map, then you choose create translucency, because when it makes the PBR skin, you want it to make a translucency that is a couple of shades lower, okay? And so that it's done correctly, okay? But if it already has a translucency where the translucency and the base color are different file names, then you want to keep the translucency, okay? You don't want to create one because it's already got one. So you go and you keep. So in this case, since the artist who made Holt, which I think is Daz, the Daz artists, at least they played a hand in it. I don't know if there was another person involved, but the Daz artists created Holt. And so they created a translucency for this figure. So we're going to keep that translucency. So we just go keep it. We just click on keep. That's it. And then so what's going to happen now is it's not going to create a new translucency. It's going to... I'm referring to vendors that already supply both MDL and PBR skin material. When I apply MDL skin, it looks fine, but PBR goes on very dark. Okay, well, okay. Are you talking about Genesis 9 figures? Because now, you see this, now suddenly his skin kind of has a realism to it. And you, it's, oh, okay, 8-1. Okay, what figure in particular are you talking about? Because there again, we'd have to look, okay, which figure are, if it's a female, that's okay. I might have the figure. I don't have a lot of female figures, but I do have some. So we could look and see. But as you can see, this came out. Now he doesn't have that redness. He still has the detail in his skin. Oh, okay, let's look. We'll look for, I'll look through my 8-1 characters. So what we'll do is we'll delete Holt, and I'll go back, and I'll go to my 8-1, and I'll look into them and see which 8-1 character. Okay, we've got Adib. Let's see. Adib, let's see if he has both figures of the materials. No, I only see one, and it just it doesn't say what kind of skin. It doesn't. All right, so you're not actually converting the skin. You're just using skin that's already been provided. And I would say it might go on. Okay, there is still going to be a difference because the artist who made that skin obviously did some kind of conversion, okay, to make the skin. They may not have, PBR may have been new to them, and so they may not have been very good at converting the skin. That's a possibility. Yeah, see, so I would say at that point, if it's just something you're clicking on and it's going on, let's see if I can find some PBR character here with, because it'd be interesting to see. Let's see, we got to find one every time I go in. Okay, 8-1, SS Strong, okay. This Okay. Well, if your skin is coming out dark, okay, now, and you're using the PBR skin, because I've noticed that myself, that sometimes, because okay, let's put in Alex Capital. He's got a big scar and everything, but okay, let's put him into the scene. He should have, okay, I think it's because I don't have, all right, that's the MDL. At least it reminded me that I have to actually do it like this. Okay, I've turned off all of my morphs because I just like having them turned off. Everything seems to work faster when my morphs are turned off. Thank you, people, for hanging in and watching this. We got 11 likes. You're all just so awesome to come in. We all are here for the same thing. We love DAZ. We love working in DAZ. We love learning DAZ. That's what binds us all together. It's very nice having you here. So now we're going to put Alex Capital in. Shouldn't take long for him to come in. We got all our morphs. DAZ for life. It is. We have an investment in DAZ, and we want to see it perpetuated and a healthy environment with DAZ. Okay, so Alex has got a big scar and everything. Now I would say his skin is a little bit light, but it's a draw. Now they do give you some other materials. Now we have 2 materials here. So if I click on this is one. Okay, and then this is the other. This is another SS. And it seems like this one's a little bit lighter. This is, well, that's, okay, I don't know. Okay, I would say maybe this one's a little darker. All right, so the thing is that you can either kind of cheat, and you can use this PBR skin editor, okay? And that's what this gamma is about. It says skin, lips, nails, and you can just come in and you have the diffuse, and this is changing the gamma, all right? So it's changing the lightness and the darkness, okay? So if I want to make him darker, I just drag up this gamma slider, okay, and it takes a moment, and as you can see now, Alex Capital is comfortably darker. You know, it looks kind of naturally. It's kind of natural, and then I can bring the translucency and bring that part darker, so the under the skin. I can do that darker, okay? And also this program here, this is the PBR skin converter. Yeah, well, see, Anus, you have to go in and you have to edit them. That's the whole... I have to edit every character's skin that I put in a scene. I have to go into the surfaces because when I put 2 characters in together, one of them will look like orange, and the other one will look like they're freezing cold and they're all blue, okay? And they don't look right together. So you have to, and like right now, looking at his skin, it's too shiny, okay? His skin looks too shiny. So you have to go in and you have to edit the roughness. Okay, and this particular roughness is all the way up, and this one is down some. So if I bring this roughness up, that just took some of the shine off, but for some reason, and it doesn't always work. Oh, we're not dealing with the shine right now, but see, that just took some of the shine off of him, okay? You see, and I could look at him and say, okay, yeah, the shine is off, but his skin is too red. I'd like it to be more brown than red, okay? You have to go in and you have to learn how And I'm not saying this in a facetious or unkind way. It's just like, because I made scenes forever, and I just complained. I'd go into the forums and I would say, you know, there's got to be some way because the characters, their skin is so wildly different. It is better. Okay, it's just PBR is better skin right from the get-go. It just looks so. All right, Anus, you just saw it when I converted Holt's skin. Okay, it was all red and kind of ugly looking, and when I converted it to PBR, it just immediately looked more natural. It's just. Okay, I just did that with Holt. Now, it's like, so I come in here, okay, and now I can say, well, his skin is too red. So I can take this red down, okay, and just take some of the red out of it. All right, you have to learn how to edit. See, so this is how I take some, and then I say, well, it's a little bit too green. So I can take some of the green out of his skin and leave it a little bit on the bluish side, okay? And this is what you do. And then you can say, well, I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to make it a lot darker. Okay? And see, or, you know, but his lips are now too light. So then I just come in here and say, well, I'll make his lips darker. Okay? You have to learn how. You can learn this, Anus. You have to take, and it's going to take, if you're struggling, when you come into the surfaces, you have to tweak the surfaces for every figure you put in the scene, especially if you put another figure in the scene. Because the minute you put them both in the scene, you're going to realize their skin clashes. That it doesn't look what one of them looks like they're from Orange World, and the other one looks like they've been swimming in freezing cold water all day, and they're white as a ghost. And you have to take and get them. I call it gamut. Okay, I made up that word. I mean, I didn't make up the word. It's a real word, but I apply that word to my dad's figures because they're not in the right gamut. It's like one of them looks like they're on Mars and the other one looks like they're, you know, in a mushroom forest. Okay? They don't look right together. Okay? And you have to fix that. And that takes a few months of messing, of watching every video. What's his name? He's an Indian from India, but he's got an English accent, and he does YouTube videos. Puma or something. He is so amazing. He has some videos on YouTube videos on color on all this surfaces stuff. And you have to watch the video 2 or 3 times, and it's so like kind of boring that I fall asleep during it and everything, but I had to then get up and watch it again and fall asleep again and again, because you have to learn a lot all at once. And he's going over all of these, and he goes, and the next one is specular ocular occlusion, and then the next one is ambient occlusion weight, and the other one, it's like, oh my God. But eventually, and it's going to take you a few months, but eventually it will start to sink in. What's the difference between normal map and bumps? And what's the difference? These are the big ones between the base color and the translucency color, okay? And I'll tell you a little bit about this, okay? The base color is the color of their skin. Okay? The translucency color is the color under their skin. Okay? And it's the color, and so this translucency weight thing here, when you when it's this way, when it goes this way, all the way this way, then all you're seeing is the base color. Okay? That's the only color we're seeing right now. It just shut off the translucency color. This color is no longer affected. When you go all the way this way, then all we're seeing is the translucency color and the base color. So if I were to change this base color to black, it shouldn't change anything. See, it changed nothing because the translucency is up all the way. See, this is why they're so dark, okay? Because now if I change this back to kind of like it's supposed to be white like this, and now if I go and if I bring it, put it about in the middle, okay? And you notice now something's happening with his lips and all. Oh, this is because I only have the lips selected. Let's see. Let's go to skin. Let's do this again. All right, so let's turn. Now, if you notice his translucence, if I go all the way up, his skin's going to look very blue and dark because all we're seeing is this translucency color. Okay, we're seeing this blue translucency color. If I bring the blue down and bring the red up, okay, then all of a sudden but this is the underneath color, okay? This is the color that's underneath. And then, but if I bring it this way, then what we're looking at is no longer this translucency color has no effect anymore. It's just this color. And the skin tone map, okay? The maps that are all over the body. And they're kind of like flesh colored, okay? So we're not seeing anything through it. We're just seeing the outer skin and that's it. Now, if I take this outer skin and make it really bright, okay? And then I bring up the translucency weight slowly, you're going to start seeing the skin underneath come through, which is really dark. Until if I bring it all the way up, you're not going to see this color. So if I make this color black here, it's not going to have any effect. It maybe had a tiny bit of effect, but not much, okay? It doesn't really have much effect because, yeah, it didn't have any effect. I just went from white to black, and there's no effect. You see, and that's why when you go to change things, nothing happens, because you have to learn that these things are all interconnected, okay? And so if I bring now this translucency down slowly, he's going to start getting black, like black. He's going to just go to pure black because the color on top is now showing, okay? And that is going to show that now if I change this color and make it white, all right, it doesn't change anything because this is taking the whole strength. Now, there's the kind of thing that when you buy a figure, okay, when you buy a figure, and these right here stand for red, green, blue. If you don't, RGB, okay, if you just remember RGB, you'll always know this is red, this is green, and this is blue. So if I take and turn this back up, okay, and all right, now we're only using the translucency color. Now I say there's too much red, so I cut some red out, okay? And now it was a lot of red cut out. But let's just take some of the red out, okay? That's how you get the colors natural. And say, well, there's still a little bit too much green, so let's bring the green down. And now he's blue is the highest one. Or if I say, well, I like him kind of red, but I'd like him to be a little more red, but I think he's got too much blue in him. So then you just take this down, and you can take the green down, and you're going to just get somebody completely red. You see? So this is how you have to change the skin color. You have to come in every time. You have to edit. You have to edit their lips. You have to edit their nails. Because sometimes you'll edit all of this, and when you zoom out, it's like, oh my gosh, his nails are like completely white or something. Or they're just the wrong color. They're pink. Okay? They don't look like nails at all. They look like pink nails. So you have to come in and spend an hour just on the nails to get the nails to look natural. You have to, that's what, they get you in the ballpark, okay? And you also have to make sure that, you're in Iray, of course, okay? Now, I'm going to also tell you something that I just learned recently, okay, that you have to be very careful when adjusting. Okay, we're going to go back to surfaces, select Alex Capital, because roughly you want this translucency weight to be somewhere in like around here so that you have a little bit of the base, and you want this base usually to be white, okay? And if you want to darken your figure, okay, let's put this white here, okay? And if you want to darken your figure, you kind of do it through the translucency. And so you bring this down, okay? And you and if you bring this up too far, then when the sun comes to shine, like through their fingers, you know how like when you hold your fingers up to the sun, your fingers turn kind of pink, okay? Well, it will lose that effect. Or when you turn sideways to the sun and the sun is shining through your nose, your whole nose can turn all red because the sun is shining through it, and you can see kind of it's because the red lights of the red light of the sun is it has a longer wavelength than the blue light, okay? And so the blue light bounces off your skin, but the red light can go through, okay, from the sun. And it's not because there's blood in your hands. That's not why your hands turn red. Your hands turn red because the red light can penetrate through your skin where the blue light bounces off. Okay, the blue light has a lower, I forget what it is, okay, wavelength, okay? And the red light can travel right through, and infrared can go even deeper through your skin, go right through your body. But the red light can go through your skin. And see, that's why we have this transparency, is because you want to be able to, when the light hits your skin, you want it to show the color underneath. And so you don't want to just crank this right up and make them say, well, okay, now he's not too light anymore, or now he's not too dark anymore. You don't want to just do that, okay? What you want to do is come in here and leave this kind of the way the artist set it up, because they did all these translucency tests and all this stuff with the figure. And sometimes you just want to kind of darken it a little bit. Take the gamma down a little bit on their skin. If you want them to be lighter, bring this up to lighter, okay? And the same here. And then if they're too light, too dark, then you can bring it down a little bit. And if you bring it down more, you'll see that he starts to get lighter. I'm not sure why he's so dark right here. But okay, surfaces is something I've done here. Surfaces, what did I do here? Alex, okay. The base color, translucency, weight. So I guess it's just, and I'm not sure now. If I go here to PBR skin, now let's take a look at his head, okay? And now we look at Alex Capital, and it says this 1002, and he does have. Now let's go up here to favorites, in this PBR skin. And so we're going to keep the translucency. And now it says, select a figure. This selected figure already has PBR skin applied. I would say Alex is, yes, this is PBR skin. I just tested that. So I would say that Alex's skin is too red. Okay, so I would bring this translucency down. Okay, and I would bring this up a little bit. I would bring this up so that the translucency weight is up. Oh, now I only have his head selected, so that's why that's messing up. So we go back to skin. Now I would turn this translucency weight up about here so that part of his skin. Now I'm not sure why he's so dark. So I think I'm going to go back and put back his skin back on here like this, Alex Capital. All right, it's something that I'm doing now. I'm wondering if I've done something in because it's that where the surfaces aren't changing or something down here. See, he has these transmitted colors down here in the top coat weight. All of this stuff you have to learn. And I'm not really good with these transmitted colors. I'm not sure how those work exactly. But most of the other stuff I kind of understand a little bit. But because he's so dark here, you'd have to bring this down. Okay, you just have to bring the translucency weight down until it gets to about. Oh, I know why. Because I changed the gamma, and see, this is a product that's very helpful here because it's changing something here that we don't have the ability to change. Okay, and that's why I suggest getting this PBR skin converter because it also comes with this gamma thing. All right, now if I change this gamma, see I set it to darker. Now if I just set it to default and set this one to default, okay, and this should put them both back down to default. Let's see. Yeah, okay, except now this is the way his skin is supposed to look. All right, now he's too light. And there's all kinds of things. I've done something with his lips. And also, but, all right, this is where his translucency weight. Okay, let's go back to now his, to the smart content and see what happens when we reapply his skin. It's not doing that. So what I'm going to do is delete Alex. Oh, yeah, but I don't know that's for the whole scene. No, I don't believe that's for the character's skin gamma. Okay, because if you notice that if I select different parts of his skin, that gamma will set every part differently, okay? So that's a different part kind of gamma. Okay, the gamma you're chewing is like the camera gamma. Okay, yeah. So that's why it's important to grab this PBR skin editor. I use this all the time now. Okay, use it to get the shine off. It's my get rid of the shine kind of thing and lighten or darken the skin. This is because you can lighten and darken the skin without disturbing the transparency. Okay, and if you move that translucency dial. Okay, let's put Alex back in from scratch. Okay. Then you're going to lose that effect that the artist works so hard to balance so that when the sun shines through their fingers, that their fingers look. Now this is him coming in with PBR skin, all right? And when we go into surfaces and we select skin, okay, which let's select skin, okay? skin, nails, and lips. That's all 3 of them. Okay? That's probably something I've been doing wrong. Now, if I move this translucency up or down, I'm throwing something magical off, okay? I'm throwing the way the sun shines through his nose. If I were to, like, put a sun right behind him, you'd see his nose kind of glow like the way our nose would glow if the sun was, because it's thin here. It's thin, and so the sun will shine through that where it won't shine through his head because his head is kind of thick. And it's the same with his fingers, where the sun will shine through his hands, and you don't want to disturb that balance that the artist has created, because usually it's really nice. Well, they have, I don't know how they do it, but they test all that stuff. They have some kind of magical way, and I've set people in scenes and put a sun behind them and had some magic stuff happen with translucency, okay? So you don't want to necessarily change this, but you can change the color a little bit, okay? You can come in and like I would say, his skin is a little bit too maybe blue, okay? So we could just add a tiny bit of, if we take the blue down, the blue down a little bit, and the green down a little bit, and then he's a little bit more red, okay? So it's just, you can do that. Yeah, too much muchness. 12 thumbs up, or thank you, Art. Welcome, friend. Yes, so this, so if you want to lighten or darken his skin, you can do it here. See, because if I drag this up, he's going to get darker. Okay, see how he just got darker. But I just then threw off the translucency, okay? And that you don't want to do. Now, maybe the artist who made him did a terrible job, and usually they don't. Usually the translucency is about here, okay? Oh, very, very nice. I have had to stay away from coffee because I've been biting my nails like terribly. Well, I just got I'm going to tell you guys, throw away anything in your, guys, gals, all you lovely people, throw away stuff in your refrigerator that's old, okay? I just got food poisoning, and I thought I almost died, okay? I woke up in the morning, and I was laying in bed like half dead. And, I felt the worst I have ever felt in my entire life. And just, if anything is in your refrigerator that is iffy, get rid of it, okay? You do not want this to happen to you, okay? You do not. I'm a pretty robust person. I walk like 5-6 miles, 3 days a week. Okay, every time I go out and walk 6 miles and come home. And so I'm a pretty robust kind of person, and I'm built like a shithouse, excuse me, but I'm just very muscular kind of guy. And well, that's okay. Freezing your bread is not likely to have a problem with that. It's in a bag and everything. I would say frozen bread after about 2 months is you throw that away. But the thing is that I freeze my bread too. I always have bread frozen. I buy 2 loaves. One goes in the refrigerator and the other goes in the freezer. And sometimes it's in there for a month or a month and a half. That's okay. But anything that's in your fridge, get rid of it. If it's even slightly iffy, get rid of it. Okay, it is not worth getting sick over, okay? So, And if anything's been in your freezer too long, get rid of it. Okay, so the thing is that if you want to change the gamma, you can come in here and these translucency weights, if you say, well, he's just a little too light, you could just kind of come in and bump this down a little bit. All right, see how that brought that down? It's maybe, I don't think it's the best way to take his skin down because it just kind of threw something off. It just doesn't quite look right. No, the best way to do this, and I think his skin, even though it didn't look like, this is the way his skin came from the artist, okay? So if you want to take and darken or lighten his skin, use this skin, lips, and nails, okay? And this comes in, it's gamma adjuster, and it says diffuse and translucency. Now, I don't know how this works because when I change this, these don't change. Why? I don't know. Okay, so I would say this is some kind of hidden texture, that's a hidden thing. Now, just say we want to make him a little darker, okay? So let's just take a little bit on the diffuse and a little bit on the translucency. It's kind of the safe way to do it is just kind of move it up until... Now that kind of looks natural right there. See, maybe it's a little too much. All right. And it seems like the translucency worked a little bit stronger than the diffuse. And why? Well, because the translucency is more towards the translucency color than it is for the diffuse color, which would, I assume, be the base color. Okay? But this is the gamma for those. Okay? It's not the base color, because if this was for the base color, it would have changed these. So this is some kind of hidden parameter that you don't have access to. All right? It didn't change the whole scene, okay? It wasn't a global diffuse. It was only on his nails and all of this, okay? Now his skin looks too shiny. It did before also. And you also now have also in this PBR skin, lips, nails. For skin, nails, and mouth and teeth, you have, and lips, you have 4 different, you can change the shininess separately for them. So let's go first for the skin. Okay, and I don't know that it matters that as long as you have the characters selected, it doesn't matter what you have selected here. Okay, so this is for glossy. So if you go rough, if you bring the roughness up, now let's just, then it's going to take the shine out of his skin. And see, that took some of that out and some of this out. And he's pretty much in bright sunlight, so I think if we bring it up, you don't want to take all the shine out, okay? Because that's the whole thing about shine. It's part of the realism, okay? Now, when you zoom in on their skin needs to look. You get it, but his lips still look too shiny. Looks like he's got lip gloss, but you want to zoom right in on their skin and see if it looks like natural skin. To me, his skin still kind of looks like a little bit plasticky. So we can come in here. You want it to just look like it has perspiration. You don't want it to look like plastic. So you go to his skin and you kind of mess with these a little bit and say, well, let's see what happens when we take the glossy down here, the detail weight, but we bring the roughness up of the detail weight. What happens? And see, that kind of starting to look, but we bring it up a little bit more on the roughness here. That's what you want to get, is you want to zoom in. Now that is starting to look like real skin. Do you see? It's very important to zoom in on the skin and get it to look just like the skin has a little bit of perspiration on it. Okay, I would say we need a little more shine there, like this kind of shine, whatever that is. So it's glossy. You got the glossy and the dual lobe, and you have the gloss, the detail weight. So whatever those are, and I don't know if it's changing these. Okay, if we go accept, now this is for the skin, and let's see. Let's just select legs here, so we can see if something's changing here. Now we go back to, because these would be changing here. These. So this is skin. Okay, so we've got 60, 25, 88, and 100. And let's see what happens. 88 and 1. Okay, 60. So these didn't change, but we're still on the legs of the skin of the legs. So why they didn't change, I don't know. All right, so I'm not sure how this works, but this works in a magical way. It works in a way that doesn't really affect these parameters and throw off the balance of your skin of the way the artist made them. I don't know. That's the thing. It's in the gamma, okay? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where it's changing, but I just didn't notice. This is still 60, 25, 88, and 1. So I didn't see any change happen here. So, but all I can say is it's leaving the balance of the skin, because you have this dual lobe. This is a very complex interaction that you don't want to mess up, and so it's doing it on in a different way. It's changing the skin, and I did something to change it back. I kind of threw off the skin a little bit, but this skin looks pretty, he looks pretty glossy, okay, I would say. So I kind of threw it back on to see if it was going to change. So, but you come back in here to PBR and you go back to skin, because if it was changing it, it would change it here. I think I took the roughness down, maybe. Detail weights, yeah, 60, 25, yeah. Where is it changing? I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, it's changing his skin, because if I bring this up like this, and so it's like all of a sudden there's no shine in his skin anymore. It's gone. There's no perspiration. So that's no, I don't think it does. Let's see. No, because they don't. 60, 25, 72, and 1. No, see, so it's doing something. I just again did something really weird right before I closed out. I brought his perspiration back down. So no, it's not. It's so this is on, and this is on legs, which would be one of the skin. This is doing a global thing, like all his skin, only selected. But the thing is it works, okay? And it doesn't change. See, all of these particular skin things look like they've been changed, altered. Let's see. We go alternate. Now, they're part of the settings that came with his skin. Let's delete him out, okay? And let's bring him back in. So select this and bring him back in. Load in his morphs, his particular morphs. And so yeah, now and why does his skin looks pretty good right out of the box, and that's because he's PBR. But let's see now. Now I'm wondering, is there a material without? See, Alex Capital has been a bummer because I love his face and all, but like they didn't give us a chance to have the skin without the scar, and the only way to do the skin without the scar, and the thing is the scar is drawn right in. If I were to change his skin to another character, which would have to be an 8-1 character, let's change his skin to Dario's skin. Materials, all skin. He's still going to have the scar there because it's in, I think it's built into the figure. No, it's not. So I guess you can just change his skin to another figure, and at least you can get rid of the scar that way. So now again, we have this skin that the artist. Hello, Software Tools. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, welcome, welcome. So we have now the artist who made this skin. So what I'm saying is, when you come in here to surfaces and you select skin and then you start changing these, you're throwing off something the artist worked very hard, a balance, a kind of balance that they worked really hard to kind of, but it's like I still don't care kind of, because the skin, lips, and nails, because like right now when I look at this figure, I say he's too green. I can just look at him and say, and it might be my monitor, I don't know. But if I bring this down a little bit, I know to bring the translucency and maybe the color down a little bit, the red. And then suddenly, he looks a little more kind of natural to me now. So that's the thing. But, I might say that his lips are a little bit too light. So I could just come in here to his lips. And you can tweak this just a little bit. And just say, okay, well, we're going to darken his lips a little bit, like that. Okay? And there we go. See, you have to and also say, okay, well, you can adjust the shine here, okay? Because this is, you can adjust it. You don't have to buy this product. You can come in here. Now, I've got the lips, so we'll say skin, lips, and nails. And let's just take and bring up the roughness a little bit. Okay, this one's all the way up, but what happens if we bring this roughness up a little bit? See, that takes some of the roughness, some of the shine off his skin. It doesn't seem to work all the way, and that's why I kind of say it's nice to have this particular thing, because it just leaves everything the way they are, and it works in a kind of global way on the skin. It leaves the balance that they've created, and it just bring this up a little bit like that. And you see this, it says Iray preview. So every time it blinks like that, it's showing you the change. When you click accept, it's already shown you the change. So I can bring this up, and this works on everything. It works on all the different parts of the shine. That's a little too much. So, but you're the one who decide. And so basically, I've gone here and I cranked up the roughness, and it still was shiny, and it's like, how do I get rid of that? And this is this seems to be my go-to thing, because I can always, now this, I like this right here. This looks to me natural, and now I can click accept, and I'm done with the shine problem. Okay. I'm done with the darkness problem. If I want to come in, I can mess with the colors here, because this doesn't give you the ability to change. When I go into here and I go It says gamma. Okay, skip skin lips. There's no color thing here. I can't change the colors. So the only way to change the color thing is to come here. We'll click on skin, and just say, okay, I want him to be a little bit more red. Okay, and there we go. All right, or say I want him to be a little more green. Okay, and now he's a little more green. And you learn to look at this and say how much. And if you bring the red and the green down, what's going to be left? Blue. So he's going to be more blue. and this is the translucency color is how you change the shade of his skin. Okay, you do it through that's what I've found. Is you just come in if you want to change if he's too red. You bring this down if he's too green, you can bring him down until he's completely blue, you know. So, but that's how you change the color of his skin, okay? And when this is white like this, I think he's too green, okay? This is the way he came, and I've trained my eyes to look at this and say, he's too green. And when I bring him down, the green down, then I notice, oh, and he's also too red. And so I take the red down a little bit, okay? A little bit like that. And now he's still too green. And suddenly now he looks natural to me. You see? So this is how red, green, blue, RGB, RGB, RGB. And so it's the same thing here, but the base color, remember the base color is on top, but if you'll notice the translucency weight is almost all the way up. So if you change this to and take the red and the green out, you're barely affecting anything so if you bring this down a little bit, it's going to show more of this color underneath. And you say, well, now that color is too bright. Well, then just darken it a little bit. Just darken it a bit. And now you have a little bit more of this base color showing through. And once you have a little more of the base color showing through, this is usually about where the translucency weight is. It's usually about 2/3 of the way over. Okay, this seems to be the hot spot that most of the DAZ artists leave it at. And you say, well, maybe his face doesn't have enough shine. His body looks shiny enough, but his face doesn't have any shine at all. Well, you could just click on his head or his face, I guess. Go to the face and take some of the roughness down. And now we have a little bit more shine in his face. Take some of the roughness down on the face. And now we got a little bit more shine on the face. See, you have to work with the figures. You have to come in. They're not going to just come in and be ready. They're never ready. They're never ready to mix, because if I bring in another figure into the scene now, let's find another Genesis 8.1 figure. That's going to be PBR. Let's put some pants on Alex. Script. Genesis 8. Okay. Now if we put another 8.1 figure in, let's just put Callum, okay? We put Callum into the scene. We select Callum, and then we use our turbo loader, because I have all of my morphs. I think I have the Genesis 9 morphs turned on, but we got to go in and select him as a people. All right, and then we can select to load him in, and it will load up his morphs. Load new figure into the scene. Okay. And they'll come right in real quick because I got all my morphs off. And you're going to see that their skin clash. It always happens. Their skin is going to clash. Look at that. Look how horrible. You can just tell that their skin clashes. It's just always, that's always going to be the case. And that's what I say, that they don't have the same gamut. Okay? And whatever that word gamut, that's my word, because I just didn't know what to call it. But one of them is in a different world altogether. One of them is from this, I don't know, tangerine world, and the other one is just looks like he's from kind of this blue world here. The other one that we set. So they're not, and it's not like, well, everybody's got different color skin. Not that different. No, definitely not that different. Something's wrong. Well, obviously, if you look at Callum, he's too green. Okay, that's number one. Okay, so we go into surfaces. We select Callum. You look at the skin and you say there's too much green. Okay, so you go to your skin, and then you come in here, and the first thing you do is you turn down this translucency, and suddenly, yeah, his skin looks like he's maybe now got a little too much red, but their skin, now he's got lighter skin, but he doesn't look like he's from another planet or another dimension, you know. He's still too much green, you know? And now look, you see, they can have different skin colors, but they can't have different gamuts. You know what I'm saying? They have to have that balance of red, green, and blue so that they can be lighter. And then you say, well, his skin looks a little too shiny, so we can go now to our PBR skin thing and go to our roughness. And this is Callum. Let's see where they're at. Well, we'll bring the roughness down a little bit. Oh, now he's going to be more glossy. I did it the wrong way. So we bring it up more like this. And now at least they look like they could be in a scene together. Okay, it was still too glossy. Let's see what happens in this one. Bring this up. And so it's, you have to work with it until you get it. And this is a lot, and there's a possibility that we could end up having to... All right, well, see, that's better, okay? And then you could say, well, I think his skin kind of looks... No, the only thing that's going to bring the skin back is to go, default in here, yes. If you go to the PBR, you go to roughness here, and you hit default, it brings it, even if you've edited it multiple times, it brings it back to where before you started editing it. So yes, you only hit that default, these defaults, and they'll bring it back to before you started editing it, okay, for the gloss, okay? And the same goes, so now you also have the gamma, though, and you might say, well, Callum just kind of looks a little too light. His skin's too light. It's just too light. Now it's too shiny, you know? So that's why I edited his skin looks fine, you know, but his is too shiny. He looks like he's got vegetable oil on or something kind of oil on his skin. So we bring this up here and bring the roughness back up to make his skin look less shiny. Skin is one of the hardest things that I think DAZ content creators, especially new ones, fight with, okay? So I would say he's still too green, okay? So we bring the green down a little more. Just look at his skin, okay? I still see too much green. So if I bring the skin down a little more, okay, to 65, now there's too much red, okay? And what'll happen is we'll be left with some blue here, okay? All right? Now, you might say, well, he's just a little bit too light. His skin looks too light, all right? It's just, so we can go back into the PBR skin and go now to our gamma. And you might have to mess with the nails. So let's just bump this up a little bit on the darkness, on the diffuse textures, and the translucency textures. It's going to be the same idea. The diffuse textures is the outside texture, and the translucency texture is going to be the underneath texture. Okay? And the translucency texture is probably going to be more sensitive because there's going to be like 2/3 is going to be translucency. Yes, I would suggest getting it's the PBR skin converter, okay? PBR skin, let's see, PBR skin converter, is it? One-click PBR skin. It's not on sale right now, so don't get it until it goes back on sale. But there might be a sale here where you can get like 20% off some Daz stuff. If you buy something, let's see. So you have to look, okay? Get up to 3 featured artists. Maybe it's one of these featured artists, okay? Fast grab, but it's probably not. But, yeah. Your content has been helping me immensely. I've been watching for about a week and going through all your content slowly. Yeah, well, I would suggest, thank you, welcome CryptoX, welcome. I would suggest not going back to the beginning and watching up, but watching from the latest videos back, okay? Because if you go back to the beginning, then you might get some erroneous stuff, okay? Because that was when I was first learning, and that was about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, some of those early stuff. Well, thank you, Anus. Thank you. Very nice. Yes, so, yeah, I would go backwards, in time, okay? And eventually, you'll just probably pick up, because they get a little redundant after a while, because I just make scene after scene and kind of do some of the same stuff. But please come around and stay with us, because I'm always any new apps and things, and I have over 10,000 items. You probably know that. So yeah, hang with us. Come be here. Be sure to click the bell for notifications. I really, really, really like having you here, because it's so much fun, more fun making a scene when people are here than just doing it alone. Well, yes, from the latest to backwards. Yeah. Because if you go all the way back to the beginning, that's I was much older then. And, yeah, I have the Benjamin Button thing. So, yes, I was much older then. And you will find that that I just didn't know what I was doing. So I leave them there because it was a lot of work putting them there. Some of those videos are like 12 hours long. So I've been here for 3 hours. So, and I think I've still got some time left in me. So we're gonna keep this up. But yeah, I would suggest getting the PBR one-click PBR skin. Yeah, get that, okay? And this is how you do it. Then now they're both in the same gamut. They have their differences. I would say maybe his skin should be even a little. He's still too green. Okay, so he just look at his skin. It's still too green. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to take and come in here. This translucency color. This is how you get rid of the green skin. Okay, and it's still too red. And eventually the blue is going to come through, and it's going to show that he's going to have the blue. All right, now his lips, his lips are too light, so I could just come in here with his lips and just darken them a little bit. As you can see, the translucency, it's way over here. So if I darken the color of his lips here, it's not going to make much difference. But if I darken it just a little bit here, his lips, it'll be a lot of difference, okay? See, it just took and lightened his lips a little. So, and these two guys now look like they could be from the same world, okay? This guy's, his skin is too, you know, he's just, they didn't give him much, you know, difference in his skin, okay? But that doesn't mean you can't, but if I switch his skin to another character, we'll do one more. We'll find an 8-1 character with, let's see if his skin is PBR. Okay, maybe that if we switch him to PBR skin, it might, because some 8-1 characters might not be PBR skin. Let's see. Let's see if he has a translucency actual color. Now you see, this is it. Says Callum face. And all right, so he does have a separate, it says, because it says, this is the translucency map is called D9-1C PBR2. So he definitely does have PBR skin. And also they have a different map. Okay, so he is and why do we need G3 or 2 in the library? I got rid of mine. I don't know if that, you know, you can get rid of them. If you have space issues on your computer and you want to be able to fill your drive, then yeah, okay. But I think I wouldn't get rid of the if you've bought other Genesis figures, but I wouldn't get rid of the primary Genesis 2 and 3 figures. I just wouldn't delete them. I wouldn't uninstall them, because I just think it's too hard to get them back, because they're kind of like an auto install kind of thing. And I just, if you ever need to get them, I think this figure has kind of like, this particular figure has kind of some kind of dirty face, or he's got like 5 o'clock shadow. He's just got so much more interesting color. Yeah, the characters you buy, that's very wise, Anus, okay? Because you don't want to get rid of the stock characters, okay? But yeah, there's no problem with that. Uninstalling anything so that you can maximize your space. Okay, I'm gonna teach. Okay, we're gonna go out of skin. We're gonna do an abrupt. Okay, let's put. Let's get rid of Callum. Okay, we keep Alex with this other guy's skin. Yes, it does. It creates, if your map, if like when we look at Alex Capital, okay, and I just explained that a little earlier in there, but I'll explain it again because I don't mind. Now we go into surfaces and we go on skin, and if your character, let's just look at the face texture. Okay, that's what I always go to the face texture. And then I look and I say, okay, do they have the same map? And if you'll notice that this Dario, the person who made Dario, they gave us two separate maps. Now we're talking about Genesis 8 because 8.1 is already PBR, okay? We're talking about Genesis 8 because it really, you were here the other day when I switched the skin from Genesis from Iray to PBR, and what a difference that made. It put them right in the right gamut almost immediately. Okay, and so that is the PBR skin. So what you do is you look at your Genesis 8 figure, and if they don't have separate maps, then you come up when you go to convert. You say, all right, create a translucency, and it doesn't put the translucency in. It doesn't put the translucency. It doesn't replace the maps for your Genesis 8 figures. The next time you bring your Genesis 8 figure in, they'll have Iray again. Okay? It just replaces them for the figure in your scene. Okay? As if you changed their skin to something else. All right? So it just changes the figure's skin. So when you save the scene, the skin will be saved in here in the scene. Okay? So if they have the same map, then you need to let the program create a transparency. So it says this one is to create a transparency. That's if they have the same name for the map, and you can look at the map and they're both the same color. Like the translucency should be a couple of shades lighter than the base map. Okay? So you can see that's darker, that's lighter. This is the way they're supposed to be. But if, and so that's the way it is. And so it creates the map in your scene. Now we're going to go to lights. Okay, we're going to go to a special place, and I'm going to show you how, and I've done this before, but I'm going to do it again because I'm a little bit better at it now. But we're going to go to ghost lights, and I'm going to show you how to make your own ghost lights from scratch, from any primitive. So if I put in, say, a cylinder, okay, into the scene, and we take this cylinder, and we pull the cylinder out, we pull the cylinder up, and we turn the cylinder sideways like this. And we go to parameters. And we're going to go to rotate, which would be 90 degrees. That didn't work. Z-rotate 90. Okay, and then we scale this down. I'm starting to learn to use these. Well, that's not going to work because I can't get that little, I can never get that little thing here. So we scale this down to about here. And then we scale it along the x-axis. No, not that one. Z. Along the z-axis. No, that's the z along the y-axis. All right, so we move this here like that. And then we move this like this and up. All right, and then we look at it from the side. Okay, that would be a nice little light. Okay, let's take our, so now we have this cylinder here. Okay, and we're going to turn that into a light. And I want to show you something. Notice our sunlight. Let's make sure it's still round. Yeah, it's just so you know it's a round, it's a completely round cylinder. It blocks the sunlight, okay? And if I turn this into a ghost light, it's still going to block the sunlight. Keep that in mind, okay? That a ghost light, yes, it's invisible in the scene, but that doesn't mean that that light in the scene can pass through it, okay? That's something to think about, okay? Because it can ruin your plans, okay? If you put a ghost light in the scene and you put it up in front of your figure, and suddenly your HDRI is no longer shining in their face. And now if you take a spotlight and you put it in front of your figure, and you change the point to a plane, or a disc or a sphere, the same thing's going to happen. It's going to block your HDRI light. So you're going to get HDRI everywhere except where your ghost light is or where your spotlight is. It's going to block it. And so you could theoretically just try and brighten this and like hide that effect by just turning on the light and making it, but just keep that in mind. And I would say that one of these days I'm going to go into the DAZ forums and I'm going to say, could we have some transparent ghost lights, transparent planes that are actually transparent in the scene so that our HDRIs go through them instead of getting blocked, but when they're invisible. And I'm going to show you. Now, it's not invisible now. It's not a ghost light. We're in Iray, and it's still visible because I haven't turned it into a ghost light. But I'm going to show you now, okay, where are the ghost light things? They're very hard to find, okay? And so I'm going to show you how to find a treasure trove of all kinds of DAZ stuff, okay? And it's down here when we go to, okay, we're going to go down to the content library, and then we're going to go to, I think, categories, is it? No, it would be products. And we get this huge thing here. And it's in, I think, D, and we go into D. I think it's called default resources. Okay. And it's like, who knew that way, way, way down in all of this, we would find this, okay? And what I did was I took everything from this default row. I selected the top one, selected the bottom one, because I don't want to have to go in here and go down to D and down and then go down through all there just to find the default resources again. And so I selected it all. I right-clicked, and then I said categorize, and I made a category in my thing, and I called it default resources, okay? And then instead now, all I have to do is go down into my, look at this, just all the D's, okay, of 10,000 things. And who knew that they were all here, okay? But these are very important things. This is where you get your VDB and your Iray Uber shader and all kinds of different things. Another thing is like, who knew these things were here? Like this, these cones. Where is it? This cone, a sphere. This is you must select a light first. Okay, that's not the right one though. There's these. Okay, this one, volume sphere. Okay, this is a sphere, and if I come in here and bring this up, this is an atmosphere sphere, and I go into surfaces here, and then I bring the density up. No, it's not density. Well, if I bring the density up, it doesn't do anything really, but if I bring the opacity strength up, we have an atmosphere. Okay, that reacts to the light. And then if I make this larger like this, we have fog. Okay? And it's a uniform fog. Okay? It's not a VDB. But this has been in DAZ for a long time. And we go to surfaces and we can change the opacity strength and make it really kind of like barely there. You know, and we have a density. We can make it more dense, or we can make it less dense. Okay, come back. Don't crash. All right, so we can make it less dense. Okay, volume start, and we got max. Okay, so I'm a little bit distracted, but this is where there's a ton of stuff. And what I do is I just close this products out, and I put it down here and close categories. Oh no, categories, and I go into and there it is. I put it into here, and now I can just go down to my open categories, go to RexRed, and there's all the default. So if I need to turn a light into a ghost light, at least it's this. I just have to look through this group here. Instead of having to go through and find default and go to default resources and go to the Ds and go to all that and find them and then scroll through the list and find them. You got some basic metal shaders. You got just all kinds of basic stuff. This looks like text, pattern sample. I'm not sure. There's all kinds of cool things. Render quality. Just click on that and it sets all your render quality high or render quality low. I do that manually anyway. It takes 2 seconds to do it. You have some figures that have poses. So if you just want to bring a figure into the scene real quick that has some stuff, you can just click on that. It'll delete the scene and put the figure in the scene. Just instantly, there you are. Just some of these simple skin tone, but that's an RSL skin tone. Snap parent, and everybody needs one of those. Okay, here's your simple VDB. You put, if I were to click this cylinder, I could just instantly put VDB on and turn that cylinder into a VDB. Yes, and lights can make or break the way a skin looks. Yes, definitely. But you've got to get the skin in the right gamut, okay? And that's why I put this scene with kind of like a blue natural light, like a daylight kind of light in the scene, so that I could then pretty much get. So here's where my open VDB is, and like again, you're always looking, where's that darn Uber when your shaders get corrupted? You just here's the Uber Iray, or if you end up you accidentally put RSL on something and it puts all kinds of layers and patterns on stuff. Well, here's your Uber shader right here in the default resources. There's weird stuff, these surface base shaders, all kinds of stuff. So and also your emissive is in here. Okay, there's your emissive just instantly. Well, I know how to just turn anything emissive anyway. Just go in and change the color from black to white, and you've got an emissive. But this puts an emissive shader on anything, skin, anything like that. So, all right. So, but also in here are there are two lights. Light parameters, and I have them already taken out. Let me see if I can get the names of them. It would be in favorites. No, ghost mesh lights. I have 3 of them. This one comes from a product. Now I have some of the basic stuff. One is create advanced Iray node properties, and the other one is simple open VDB MDL volume. And you want to take both of them and put them up into your favorites, okay? And they're here. So let's go to this. One is create, would be in the C. Okay. Create. C. Create. Here it is. So we're going to select our cylinder, create advanced node. And look at this. This is like new, okay? This is like, so if you go to this Iray visible to primary rays and Iray ghost light factor, I think it does both of them, okay? So you click accept, and it's still there, okay? But don't worry about that. What's this? Let me go back up here. Here. And this is, okay, that's the VDV. Okay. So that gives you both of those. That helps you. You used to have to find two things and put it on them. But if you just put this, you have this, all you need is this script to make a ghost light. Okay, so you have to go down into your default resources, right click on this, and put this up in your scripts. Okay, and then all you have to do is run this script. And when I didn't have anything selected. When I select this cylinder here, okay, it already has them on there, so don't put it on there twice, I guess. But, oh no, it's, now it won't, they're not listed anymore because they're already on there, okay? So, all right, then you go into, it would be parameters, either parameters or surfaces. Okay, one of them is here, I believe, on our cylinder. Okay, no, this is, see, we have an Iray ghost light factor. Now that's here, okay? And then we have surfaces, and I think down at the bottom here, okay, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Where is it? No, it's in parameters here. Oh, we have to turn it off where it says invisible, Iray invisible to primary rays. Boom. Now it says primary rays, okay? But it's not necessarily secondary rays, okay? And so now we can go into the surfaces here, and we can turn the emission color to, say, purple, okay? And then we can turn the luminance up here to 9. How about another 9? And here we go. And so we have a ghost light in the scene. All right. And we can go, and let's go put another 9 here. And suddenly we have Pink Man from the Pink Floyd album. Pink Man, Pink Man. Okay, here we go. Fasharad you are. Yeah, so Pink Man. So this is Ghost Light, okay? And the thing is, as I told you though, this Ghost Light is blocking your HDRI. And it becomes evident if you put a spotlight behind it, I believe it will block the light. And if you put anything behind it, as you can see, Pinky, yes, that's who he is. Yep. And so you can see that he's being hit by, now he's being hit by all of the by the HDRI all around, except where this is there and it's casting this shadow here. Okay? So it doesn't matter if you're in a dark room and you're just lighting with ghost lights. Now, what if I put a ghost light behind a ghost light? Is the one in front going to block it? So all of this has to be considered, okay, when using the ghost light, okay? That your colors, it's not, and doesn't look very natural, but it is. I just got it so bright that it's you know, you have to set it to the right and set it at the right distance. I've got it, and it's getting hit by this shadow that looks horrible right now from behind. So if I just take and turn now, go to my environment, and we go to parameters. I know I clicked on that. I'm not going to click on it again because I know it'll happen. All right, and we go to scene only. Now we have, and let's go to our environment here, and let's put a backdrop, and we'll make it black. Okay. And now we have something kind of cool here, don't we? It's very natural. It's just a light. It's a light. You know what ghost lights are. But this is very, very cool. Okay, so we go back to our scene. We can adjust. And now that we don't have that weird light coming from behind that's creating that very odd factor, we can do something kind of cool, like bring this up high and shine it down like this. Do you see? This is really cool. And this is a ghost light. And you can do it. I did it with a sphere, with this, okay? Let's, we did it with a cylinder. Let's use like, let's use a torus, okay? Doesn't really matter, okay? Let's select the torus. Let's go up into our favorites. And we're going to go to here. And we're going to create Iray node. Click the bottom two, accept. And then we go to our torus. We go to parameters. And we have to turn this off. So, and then we have to come to surfaces. And we want to turn on our emissive. Okay, because it's a light. It needs to be a light. And let's go purple here. And okay. And then we have to give it some lumens. And there we go. We have a torus in the scene, lighting all the way around him. We could bring the torus up a little bit more. Or bring it like this. So yeah, there we go, people. Welcome, Chris. Oh my gosh, you're a DAS asset creator. Wow, it's nice to have you here. Very nice. Somebody who like really knows what they're doing. So yeah, very nice. Yeah, we have a little entourage here of people. Yes. Yeah, I have bought many of your products, Chris. Yeah. So we're working with the ghost light thing. There's I think they've kind of settled on. Hey, speaking of that, do you know how to make the ghost light invisible? Yeah, well, yeah. Well, thank you for the products. The products are amazing. I think I just recently bought something too. So yes, the products are amazing. Very, very awesome. So do you know how to make a ghost light allow like the HDR light to go through it? Because like when I turn on the ghost light, the background, we say none. And okay, backdrop, none. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then we go and turn back on our environment. Notice that our HDRI gets the ghost light is still invisible, but it blocks the light of the HDRI. And I was just wondering, that's where I'm kind of stuck, is what you would do. And there is another parameter. I know one parameter like stops it from showing its reflection, like in a mirror. That's one of them. But this other one, so that we go back to parameters for environment settings, and we turn back on our scene, dome and scene. Yes, yes, and as you can see now, notice that the sun is being blocked by the everything. It's the primary lights are still seeing it there, even though we can't see it. And I what I would think was, if we can't see it, the primary lights shouldn't be able to see it as well. And there is another parameter here that we can change. Is it in surfaces? No, it's in parameters. This Iray ghost light factor. And it seems as though there was something that said is that as long as you turn it to like 1.1 or something, 1.1, or maybe -1, -1. No, I'm not sure how this, but this is part of this, and this plays a part in how your ghost light responds to reflections. And this isn't necessarily a reflection, okay? This is not a reflection. This is a shadow, okay? This is a shadow caused by our HDRI shining down and seeing that ghost light. It's like you can't hide from the HDRI. So this ghost light is a shadow, but it's not a reflection. Okay, a reflection would be if this was, let's see, if we put a plane in here, cancel. We put a plane, okay, and we make the plane into a yeah, well, that would be nice if you could find out, because you have connections, my friend. You have connections. You know who to ask to find this out. So this video is, they could check this video out, this last part of this video, and to kind of detail, I'm going to try to detail what I know about this, because the thing is, you see, I don't really know the difference. Yeah, you're right, because transparency, the sun actually, the HDRI shines through and hits the transparency through the skin. Yeah, so they are invisible and not transparent. I believe you are correct. I think that would be a distinction, a proper distinction. So not where the skin is transparent, the HDRI is actually going through the skin where it's not going through the ghost light. And so what we're looking at here now with this plane is if we put a metal surface on it, I go here to surfaces, shaders, and we go to okay, we're just gonna look for metal, like metal, and we have to select the surface and select the plane here. Was I even in the right place? I don't know if I was. All files, we gotta wait a moment. All right, default, shaders, and we can type in metal, and we come here, and we'll find some kind of shader that is like chrome. Okay, and so what we don't see is the reflection of our torus in the mirror. Okay, so the mirror thinks that the torus is not there. But it sees, obviously it sees our character. But if we change this parameter here, like to, I think 1, maybe, or maybe 2. There's a way to change this parameter. Oh, look at this. Now you see it is seeing, see? Now, but what happens if we change this to like -1? Or let's go to, let's say -100. No, this is the way to make, it's this parameter here. Let's go to plus 100. Oh, I'm selecting, okay, the torus. Now, plus 1.1. No, plus, let's type. Let's type 100. No, this, okay, all right. There may be, see, there is a way to make this disappear here. Okay? It's not going to make the shadow disappear, and for some reason the shadow's just not showing up here, but we know the shadow is there. If we turn this into something that would catch the shadow, it would be there. But see, this is not supposed to be seeing this visible base, okay? Let's go to surfaces. It might be here. Something might catch my memory here. So yes, this is something to consider. Because, okay, we have the torus. We go to the torus. And the torus is, now what happens when we turn off the environment? No, I don't think that works. You have to go here and let's go here to okay, we're going to turn off the dome and scene only. And as you can see now, we still have our torus showing here in our, why is it only coming from the center of the torus? I'm wondering if I'm like almost achieving something. Torus parameters. Let's go to 10,000. Oh, that didn't work. So let's go to minus 10,000. We are in Iray. Okay, now look, it did something to that. Notice what it did. It made the entire torus show up. So I think it's like a very precise number. It's like minus 001. No, it's 0.1. Or point, okay, 0.1. So, yeah, or it's minus visible in. So you turn that off and that doesn't do it. In simulation, oh, that would be in like a dForce simulation maybe or something. I'm not sure. This is the dilemma, people, is how do we get rid of try adding like a bunch of zeros. We'll try the minus one. That didn't work. That's the minus one. We'll try the plus. No, let's see if they're still there. No, it's a special number. Well, no, from what I remember, it was like anything above, because this was at 1. Remember, it was at 1. Okay, and I think it was like anything above 1, like 1.1. Now look at that. See, it's almost gone. Two, 5, 1.9. No. 1.91. See, it's trying to disappear, but it's not happening. And you see, that didn't change really the light on our figure. It didn't, I don't believe that changed the intensity of the light, because if we go back to 1, I don't believe that changed the intensity of the light on him. 2. Okay, let's go 500. Let's go 9. $900. Okay, 9000000. No. So there is a way to do it. Okay, there's a way to make that disappear in the reflection. Because you don't want it reflecting off the ground like the reflection. We have dome and scene turned off right now. So they're not... welcome, Ruben. Welcome. Welcome, people. Welcome. We have dome and scene turned off so that all we have now, and what I could do also is go to the environment and put a backdrop, and so now it's quite evident the reflection. See, so now let's try a different test, okay? Because I'm at a stalemate. I can't really fix this until I go watch somebody else's video that knows a lot more about this. Okay, where I kind of learned some of this, but I'm trying to take this a little further, because when they put out their video, there were two different parts that you clicked on, and right now Daz has combined it. Now it's one script, and when you open the script, there are two, it adds two things, and we've already added them. Enable Iray matte. No, that's shadow intensity. There's something there. No, this is shadow intensity. So these might be object Iray handle, volume priority. Okay, so these are very interesting things that you can add to these, but this is where we got our Iray. So now let's, I'm going to try now a store-bought ghost light. Okay, what did I just delete? All right, I deleted the Taurus. So we're going to just go here now and select on properties, ghost. Thank you, people, for the likes. Thank you. We got a ghost thing here. Now, this ghost light product here comes with a shader, all right? And so what that means is we can apply this shader to a primitive, or even maybe even a person or something. I don't know. It might have to be closed. Awesome 3D madness. Welcome. We got Ruben, new people here that don't come here often. Chris Cox came today, and we've got our regular people. We got Anus and software tools and art. And CryptoX, if he's still here. Angus is our... Angus was coming here years before anybody came. So Angus is the longest running veteran of our EZ3D channel. And he doesn't even work in DAS. He's just has an interest in cameras and lighting and all kinds of stuff, and he's watched almost every single minute of every video on my channel. So yeah, until the wee hours of the morning, like 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, he'll say, I gotta go to bed. So yeah, all right, so we're gonna, Angus, yes, Angus is the channel veteran. So, okay, we have now this ghost light, okay? And this ghost light, oops, that's not the ghost light. We'll undo that. So welcome, people. Welcome. We are glad to have you here. 3D madness. You have come right into the middle of our the madness stream here. Now look at this. Now this may not be showing on... Oh, remember there's two-sided and one-sided lights and all that stuff? That's another thing, because when I turn this thing, maybe it's going to show up in our... No, look how magic that light is, okay? See, this light... Yes, CryptoX, welcome. If I didn't mention you, I'm sorry. Welcome that you're new here also. It's very nice to have you here. Look at this, people. This ghost light is a ghost light. It is a ghost light, but is it transparent? That is the question. Okay, how well did they make this ghost light? So what that means is if this particular, but this is a product, this is called Iray Ghost Light Kit 1, and they have Kit 2, and there was a ghost light product before this that's no longer in the store. Okay, you can't even buy it. They just got rid of it, and it was, I've been using that product for years. That was before 2.1 or something when NVIDIA changed the ghost lights, okay? So this ghost light does not, it's a light, but it's not showing up in our floor reflection, okay? But now if I turn on, we'll certainly find out if this is transparent, because when I go and turn on our Iray, when I turn back on our environment, will our HDRI will know, because he'll have a big blank spot in front of him. And I would say they would have made this light transparent if they could. So let's see if that is going to be the case. So we're going to go to dome and scene. We're going to find out if there are any little secrets here. And guess what? It looks like it's transparent as well. Ted, welcome, welcome, friend, welcome. Ted's been around for a while, too. Yes, yes. It's very nice to have you all here. We got 20 people, almost 20 people, 20 likes today. This may be a record for me to have all kinds of awesome Daz people here. Very nice. Yeah. It's funny that this comes right after I almost died from food poisoning. So I'm just getting over food poisoning. I'm not going to tell you how I got it because it wouldn't be nice. It wouldn't be fair to the establishment. And I don't know for sure if it was them. So I had to... It seemed like a questionable experience going in there, but when I came home, I cleaned all kinds of my napkins. I threw away all kinds of food from my kitchen. Yes, I am in my. I might actually just be in an alternate universe by now. Okay. Well, Art, I'm kind of scared about eating out. I ate, the first time I ate out after that experience was at a Burger King because I figured, well, everything is prepackaged and everything. And other than, them sabotaging my food and everything, I don't know. But I'm terrified. It's not just eating out because I have this big brick of cheese that I bought at the supermarket and it was probably close to $10-12 for this brick of cheese. It's like this big, and it's like it's been aged for it's like the sharpest cheese you can get. And so I don't know if I might have gotten it from that, and I don't dare eat it, but I don't want to throw it away. And I did have a little piece of cheese from it the day I got really, 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 really sick. So it's probably the only thing I haven't thrown away because I'm too much of a penny pincher. So we're gonna put a spotlight behind this and turn it up. Okay, this is our testing zone. This is a distant light. Let's see if the distant light is smart enough. Okay, we'll just apply the default settings. And now we're going to turn off I think we can turn off our environment light and still have yes, we can. We can turn off we can go to scene only and then turn our distant light. They usually need at least a 2 in front of it to work. All right. And so we put a 2 here. And I think it needs more than that. Let's give it a 9. All right, well, look at this. Now look at this. I'm seeing like part of his head chopped off. But is that because of the plane? Because of our square light here? Okay, now, what if we turn off now our ghost light? We just lower the quality of our... Yeah, because look, it is doing some. It's the distant light, and I may have misjudged that because look at this. It's recognizing the ghost light there, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's an illusion here. Okay, that I'm seeing an illusion where this is the effects of a ghost light. And this is the effects of it's just because the ghost light is creating more light, okay? It's additive. We made the disappear. I didn't make it disappear. I couldn't figure out how to do it, but there is a way to do it. What I did was, Ted, was I went in and used this Iray Ghostlight kit to see if, because they're using the same, if you go into this, and we could look now at the parameters and see. No, they've done something differently. Surfaces, they've done something differently with their Ghostlight. Because I'm not seeing... This parameter, remember? Okay, here, it is here. See, at least this Iray visible to primary rays is off. Now, if we were to turn that on, our Ghostlight would show up again, which we have to wait until Iray re-shows itself. Yeah, there's our Ghostlight. Oh, well, now it's disappeared. It's very odd that it's not even showing up when... So it's almost like this plane. The Ghostlight is like a transparency plane where they've added something more to it. Okay. So it says invisible to Iray visible to primary rays. Okay, so if we were to turn the light, the square light, because we can't tell if it's going through or not, because so if we just turn off our Ghostlight, like go into the surfaces and go to our luminance and set it to 0. Oh, isn't that weird? So, no, it looks like this is... Well, thank you, Anus. I'm glad this has been helpful. I've had this planned in my head for a couple of days while I was laying in my sickbed dying. So I just said, when I feel better, I'm gonna make that. Yeah, that's what I've. So, guess what, folks? The distant light doesn't go through the Ghostlight. Even these fancy dancy Ghostlights that we buy, okay? These are things to think about, okay? And the reason why I say this is because I've been in the middle of a scene trying to do stuff, and it's like, and then all of a sudden, why do I have a square around their face? And you know, these Ghostlights, they are really, really nice to like take your figure and just put a little square like on the side of their face and just light their face with like a little circular Ghostlight, just to light their face a little bit. But if you have any other lights in the scene, it's going to block them, all of that light from hitting their face. So the minute you put that Ghostlight right in front of their face, their face is entirely dependent upon the light that the Ghostlight creates. Okay? So let's now see if... Now we'll turn off our distant light. Oh, not the Ghostlight. We'll turn off our distant light. And we'll turn back on the scene light. We have our Ghostlight set to 0. And then we will turn back on our parameters. So this Ghostlight, the isn't invisible to everything, and that to me is kind of a problem. Okay, it's I think it's a problem. All right, so we're going to go back to our environment options, and we're going to go to parameters, and we're going to go to turn on. Scene to dome and scene, and it's going to still be here. The HDRI will not be able to penetrate through this. Well, isn't that odd? Okay. Well, maybe there's so much diffusion. Let's turn the plane off. No, it seems as though our HDRI. So, okay. Now, it's like the HDRI is like a mesh light. It's like another mesh light. It's the infinite it's surrounding in a sphere where the distant light may not be. I don't know what's up, but because this square light, let's put it right really close in front. Maybe it's just there's so much diffusion. We have to really make sure. Let's make this thing big. No, see, look, it was a little bit of a, see, there it is. So it's blocking. It's because the HDRI is coming from down above, and that's why. So no, this is the way all the ghost lights are. Okay, is that they and there doesn't seem to be any solution for this other than to put the ghost light off to the side, okay, or up above them, or put the light coming around. Welcome, Pat. Welcome. Thanks for the love. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. So, wow, we're up to 19 likes. I've never had this many likes on my channel. So it's very nice to have you here, these people, all of you watching, and your input. You know, that's the thing is, I may not be here tonight much longer. Okay, I've made my keyboard crooked. I'm watching your chats, all of your chats, what you chat about. I'm involved, okay, with the chat, okay, and so at this point, I'm going to be trying to decide what my next video is going to be about, and if you can think of something in particular, like right now, I have options. Like usually everything new that Daz puts out, just about, if they put like the entire, I bought this Harlo 9, the Pro bundle. Okay, I bought the Pro bundle. I bought all of the except for the poses, okay? Because I'm not much of I rarely make my figures with guns unless they're putting them down and hugging, you know? And the guns are on the ground. I'm kind of like a guns on the ground kind of guy. But I have all kinds of guns, so I can put them on the ground and make my figures hug instead. So, you know, that's kind of the way I am with this stuff. I have very specific... But if you notice, all the Harlo stuff is not here because I bought all the Harlo stuff, and then I bought the hats thing. So I could do like the next tutorial on just loading in the Harlo figure and letting you all look at the Harlo figure, decide if you want. So I could just kind of eating out is suicide. Is that what somebody said? If anything, that would have been art. That sounds like an art line. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Well, you know, I should have known, because when they brought the napkin up to me, okay, the napkins on the table were like they were the kind of napkins, they're like cloth napkins, okay? And I thought, oh, this is kind of fancy, cloth napkins, you know? But when I undid the silver, they were wrapped around the silverware, and I went to wipe my face with it. It smelled like a dirty dish rag. And it was like, then I had this like dirty dish rag smell all over my face. And it was like, what do I do? And it's like, how do I get dirty dish rag off my hands and my face? I'm contaminated, And so then it took a moment, and the waitress came over, and I said, could I trouble you for a different napkin? This one kind of it just doesn't smell like it got cleaned well. And so she goes in, she goes past all these tables with all these napkins on. All she had to do was reach over and grab a napkin from another table, But she goes into the other room and into a box and pulls me out a brand new napkin, that hadn't even been washed ever. And so it's covered in dry cleaning fluid. You're supposed to wash them at least once, before you put them on a table. So it's I was thinking, oh my God, and when I walked out, I tipped them and everything. But I was just thinking, how do I get this napkin? It's like when you wash napkins, if you take a napkin from the kitchen, because I know I worked in restaurants, when you take a napkin from the kitchen and wash it with the regular napkins, not a napkin, but like a dish rag, it's going to have all that burnt oil and all of that stuff in it, and it's going to just impart all of that nastiness into the dining room napkins. And so apparently, but it wasn't just, it was they left it in the dryer, in the washer too long, and it was and it got mildewed, and they didn't get it back until the next day when it was already mildewed, and then they put them on the table. They folded them and put them on the table just the way they were, and so, there were red flags, or at least white napkins, that were waving and telling me, don't eat this, don't eat this. And then when they said, well, how spicy do you want it? And they said 1 to 4, and I said 5. And she laughed and everything. And then, but it was so spicy, I couldn't tell if it was spoiled or not. It was spicy. So if the carrots were a little off, I would have no idea, So yeah, I got sick. It was delicious. It was really good. I ate everything on the plate, but and the thing it wasn't 20 minutes after I left. It was the moment I woke up the next morning. I was laying in bed and I just couldn't move. I was so weak. I was just sick, and I thought, something's happened. I've had a heart attack. I've had a stroke. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm dying. I can't move. I have no strength in my body. And then came, and everything started coming up. Yep. And I don't drink. I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke. I don't do any kind of prescription medications. I don't even drink caffeine. So it was just totally, I felt so bad. I thought I was dying. I thought I was really dying. So I don't know. That's what I try to say, is to go through your refrigerator and throw out a bunch of food. Okay, throw out anything that might be bad, because you don't want this. Okay, you don't. And there could be something there just waiting for you to say, nah, it's okay, and it's not. So it's not worth it. It's not worth getting sick over, because this was so bad. So bad. So, but I'm back to be fooled again. I don't know if I'm going to go back there, but I'm not ruling out the fact that it could have come from, my own but all I had was like some gummy bears, and I had some. I did have sugar, and so, but I just never gotten food poisoning from like Swedish fish or anything like that. So, and I had some toffee and some cheese and crackers, and so I don't know. And the cheese, I just bought it, and I'd been eating the cheese. It had, only had it a few days. So, all right. So there's options. I didn't say it out loud. My sentiments don't differ. That's funny, Art. Yeah. So, yeah, So there's options here with what we can do together. I can be like you can check in on my channel and see what the new bundle's like, because that's the kind of thing, or I just have the kind of thing like, let's make a scene. Let's just take this guy. Now we fixed his skin up and everything. Let's put some cool clothes on him. This guy is an 8-1 figure, so I think I have this MMX thing. Let's try on some of the new clothing, and see if we some of the new clothing, the wardrobe that I just purchased. Let's see if it's here. What are we looking at? Smart Contacts, Alex Capital. Where is wardrobe? What am I looking at? Why isn't wardrobe here? Just searching 3D and this channel popped up. We are in Daz Studio. We do Daz here. Every once in a while, I might jump into Photoshop, and I might jump into Unreal, or I've also got Character Creator 4, and I've got iClone 8, and a bunch of content for those things, and we also work with Heat. Skylark, welcome here, and Cherry, welcome. Oh my gosh, we're up to 21 people today. This is the first time I've had this many awesome people here. It's very nice to have you all here, hanging out with me. And so, okay, there's wardrobe. It's right there. Oh, that's because I've got this word ghost. So I have 10,000 DAS, 10,600 DAS assets. So we have like so much. Look at this clothing library. So many items. Today, I'll tell you, I got a really good deal today on this Skylark. Was it Skylark? Is it called? That's where I got Skylark. It's like, where did I get Skylark in my head? It's like it's like, did I buy something named Skylark today? Oh, it's Harlo. Okay, Skylark. Awesome. Well, hang out with us, and we're working in 3D right now. Daz Studio is free. You can download it here on the Daz community thing. It's like, okay, we got this AI studio. I'm going to try something here. Every once in a while, I have a membership here. I'm going to go best and 8. And then I'm going to say 8 different head shapes. See what it comes up with. 8. And see, well, I guess capitals are all right. Let's see what it comes up with. Let's hope it's clean. Okay. When you say 8 different people, it's all of a sudden they're all like tangled up in something like, it's like, okay, I didn't really mean that. So 8 different head shapes. And see if it gives us like different heads all together with different shapes. You know what I'm saying? If the AI can interpret it. Because I used the... Oh, yeah, this is much better. Much better than what Adobe gave me. Look at that. This is much better. So yeah, this is the Daz AI Studio. So check this out. It's $4 a month. And oh, the stuff that comes out of this is absolutely so. This one, they're not going to let me see it because, oh, I guess they are. Because there was something maybe not safe for work. But look at this. It's like all guys except to when they get down to a woman. Yeah. This is interesting. Look at this. It's more than 8. They did pretty good on the faces. These two guys look like they're twins. That's okay. And this guy, they both look the same. These the two here. But this is pretty good. Because I needed to have a preview for our video today, and so I made when I went into it takes me about 15-20 minutes to make the preview for the video for our live video. So this one is pretty nice. So but these two look the same. They kind of have the same eyes, but it's not this hair is really nice. Look at that hair. I wish I could get that hair in Daz Studio. Yeah. Speaking of hair, they all have kind of different hair things. Yeah, this is nice hair. I like that hair. This is really nice. Yeah, that's nice hair. Anus, you take care. I am going to be here. I'm only going to be here a little bit longer, and I'm out of here, so I think I'm just going to try on some of this new clothing that I've gotten here today. See what some of this looks like. And you have a wonderful night, Anus. Yeah, he's been here. Anus, you've been a very active participant in today's. It was very, very nice to have all of your input here. So it's always nice. So let's see what happens when we try to put this on Alex Capital. This is Alex Capital with somebody else's skin. I think wow, look at that. It says unsupported. I think I'm just going to click accept. These are I thought there was supposed to be something that says MMX or something. I think I have this 9 to 8 clothing converter. It's not going to work. So I'd have to put a Genesis 8 figure. Look at this though. This is pretty cool. This stuff here. I might like just go with the cowboy thing and take off the gun belt and the gun things around and some of the weapon stuff. But okay, this isn't going to work. All right, so we take Alex Capital out, and what we'll do is go here to our figures. Let's find a Genesis 9 figure here. Thank you for all of the likes, people. Thank you very kindly. That helps boost me up in the YouTube rankings. This is Marcus. Marcus is looking good today. Let's throw Marcus in the scene. All right. And I think I have all of my Genesis 9 turned on, so we shouldn't have a problem with Marcus. I think I turned it on for some reason. Oh, because of the head shapes. So let's see now what we have here with Marcus. Marcus will be our model. And let's try on this new clothing that's coming out, because I mean this is the state of the art right now. These new clothing items that have just come out today in the Daz store. They're not showing up because this is the Harlo figure, the new Harlo figure, and we have and I purchased all of the sets, okay, and all the add-ons, and I think I even ordered this. Every time I would add an add-on, the price of the and so to buy the Harlo 9, and it says this is the Pro Bundle. It was $219. I paid $60 for it, and I got all of the add-ons also. Plus, I got I got this hat collection. Let me see if I come here and turn this stuff off. Hide this. I got this, the bounty. This is not even part of it. I got this, I got the Pro Bundle. And I got this guy, the Marshall outfit. And I got, let's see, all these shapes, all this, the HD, Harlo HD. I think I got the Harlo HD. And I got all these shapes. Let's see, did I get him? Okay, I got Harlo. I got the alt shapes bundle. I got the beard and the hair. And yeah, and I did get this. You see, that's in the cloud. All of that. This outfit, the expressions for $60, and then I got also this. When I added stuff from down here into it, that was when I got a huge. It took another big chunk off the price. Let's see. Where's the hats? The hat bundle, I think. Where's the hat bundle? Okay, here it is. I got this urban hat set. This is kind of cool. There's all these hats. And that took a big... I only paid like $4 for this hat set. When you add that in, you have to add stuff in. I got Harlo 9. I got the add-on for him. There was some more stuff. There was something from another, like, because I bought something from one of their artists. And so all these other things like this right here was extra and all of that. So, and I only, for all of it, I paid $60 for all of that. So, yeah, and I was thinking, okay, for $60, I would say this, and maybe Harlo, and this, and the suits, just the clothing alone was worth $60, and I also got the hair and the beard. This is a beautiful beard here, and this is probably that new kind of. Just got my RTX 4090 for, well, I have two 3090s, and I'm very, very envious of your 4090, but I won't buy a 4090 because I know when the 5090 comes out that it's going to have some really super duper new technology. Now, 3D Madness, if you were upgrading from something kind of really not too good, well then, yeah, I would have jumped on the 4090. You got to get something really good, okay? And you know what? You can always just get a 5090 if you have to. You know, it's be $2,000. But the thing is that you can put a 4090 and a 5090. They're probably going to both have the same amount of video RAM. So you can put them both, because I have two 3090s in one computer. So my system's about is, yeah, that's what I was, okay. So yeah, that's what that's what I would suggest. The thing is my two 3090s, a 5090 is is like much faster than both of my 3090s. So yeah, so congrats on the 4090. That's wicked awesome. Wicked awesome. Yeah, that's what we say in Maine. Everything's wicked good, you know. Wicked awesome. Yeah, I don't think about it how much Maine has corrupted me. Oh my gosh, the sci-fi elevator is free for DAS members, people. I didn't even see that. View cart and checkout. I'm going to have a sci-fi elevator. That's what we need to do, is put our figure in the sci-fi elevator with all this. Look at this. I have 6. I got this from the 30% off. I got 6. I'm not going to use that now. But I don't think I need to use any credit card stuff. So I might want to switch. Okay, I had to switch that over just in case. All right, so we have a sci-fi elevator. I don't know if you guys noticed, the sci-fi elevator is free. That's for DAS members. So, all right, so we have Marcus in the scene. Let's put some wardrobe on Marcus. Let's get him out of Iray at least for now, so he's not. He's got a bodysuit on. So, leotards. Let's see. They're flesh colored. Let's go to our. Why can't I find the word wardrobe? Okay, there it is. I just keep looking over it and not seeing it. All right, so we're gonna put this. That's the add-on. Okay, let's put this. This looks really cool. We go to wardrobe. Let's put this on him. And it should be on him by now. Let's see. Control. Oh, wow. Yes, you are. That is, I used to go to Campobello Island all the time with my parents. We'd go up to see Roosevelt's Cottage and buy Finn and Hattie. We'd buy smoked haddock from up there. Oh, yeah. I love smoked haddock. We would they would smoke it in these. I am a glutton for food poisoning, but we never got sick from the Finn and Hattie. You know, just buying from roadside fish stands, you know. So, yep. I don't know. My mother used to give us all food, salmonella. The whole family, we'd go to church throwing up. They'd be passing around the plate, the plate in the church, and we were all throwing up and sick. And yeah, my father used to call every once in a while. My mother would cook dinner, and we'd say, "What are you having for dinner?" And my father was a sea captain on super tankers, and he'd say, "We're having slag'em ashore," and it was like, what is slag'em ashore? Well, it's like everything in the refrigerator. It's just slag'em ashore. And that's how we would all get sick. My mother would just take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and make a big soup, feed a big family, and we'd all get sick. But you know, years ago, everybody got sick all the time. We always getting food poisoning from chicken and stuff, and we just never knew really what it was. We'd call it a 24-hour bug. No, it's called food poisoning. So here's this guy here. This looks pretty cool. This looks very steampunk. So let's put him in the... Oh, I don't have the elevator loaded on. So this looks pretty cool. Now we have this this ghost light here in front, which is turned off. We turned that off. Let's go to the surfaces and turn the ghost light back on. Let's go to 2000. Well, that didn't do anything. Let's go to 20,000. That still didn't do anything. Let's add another 0. Well, we got to add a bunch more. 3 more. Something's wrong. What's wrong with our square light? What did I do? What's wrong with it? Because that should definitely be blasting away now. What did I do to the ghost light? Oh. No, that is our... I think that was our... It ghosted. Ah, you had the corona. Oh no, I had that like 3 months ago. And that was horrible. Oh, it's just coughing. I didn't actually do a test to see if I had corona, but I knew I kind of had it because it's not like any cold I've ever had before. I didn't even bother to get tested because I just knew I had the corona. Let's see, if I add maybe a couple more zeros, does this get really, really... All right, well, that is on. It's just, okay, that's bright enough. So I knew I had it because when I would cough, it just burned like crazy. It was very, it was just like nothing else I'd ever felt before. And you just cough, you have to cough something up and it just burns all your skin. It's terrible. So base color, what happens if we do blue? Okay, that's not the base color. That's the base color of the, we don't want to do that. We want to go to the emission color, and we'll make that purple. That didn't work very well. Emission temperature. Well, okay. Let's try turning off our environment lighting. Okay. I just want to kind of mess with this ghost light a little bit. Yes, that's what it was like. It was just, it burned my skin. Yeah, and I knew it was not, this was not, and when it would like loosen up from your lungs and come up, it would just burn coming up. It was just, whoa. Burn, you'd cough it loose and burn. Yeah. Horrible. Horrible. That was the first. Okay. So we have, it was all just because I had a really bright environment now. So now we can, all we have is the ghost light doing things. And I love isolating. One time I had this apartment and I painted the ceiling black. The landlord was very upset with me. But, but I had to control the light. So, yeah. And it was lovely because I had like these little Christmas lights that went along the ceiling, and it would look like looking up at the stars because they weren't on a white light ceiling. They were on this black background. It was just so nice. And that's the thing about, it's like you have to get control of your light, which means make your scene black first. You know, I've mentioned this before, but you have to get control of your lights, then slowly bring in your lights. Decide what you want to do with your lights. Yes, this does that. I didn't even think of that. It does look like, I wonder if he would smile if it would have that like phosphorus kind of look. So that black lights do with your teeth when you smile. So, okay, we have we no reason to get rid of the distant light or disable completely our HDRI because we might want to play around with it. So let's just take now this square light and make it back to a neutral color. So, you know, and then get it to take one of the 9s out or something. Well, that's a little too much. Let's bring this 1 up to maybe 3 or 3. Yeah, well, I said 3 in type 2. Let's go 5. Yeah, that's enough to just give us, this isn't the kind of light that I really want. So let's, what did I just do? Oh, I deleted the light. I thought I deleted my figure, but we still have Marcus. My favorite way to light a scene, and I've mentioned this before, is spotlights. I am a spotlight person. I use spotlights. Sometimes I'll put like a point light in the scene, and I'll always end up changing it because it just doesn't do what I want it to do. And the thing about spotlights is you don't want to put them too high. You feel like you want them to shine down on your figure, but you don't, because it just creates these raccoon eyes. And the thing is, the artists work so hard on those eyes, they would be very offended if you didn't show the eyes in your scene. So you always want to show. This is the first time, Pat, that I've had more people show up here. That, you know, I usually 2 or 3 people, but YouTube is being nice to me, and so YouTube is nice to me. They're very nice to me, and so they really are. So I'm lucky. I'm lucky that they like me. I'm very lucky, and I do everything I can to be worthy, you know, of. And, you know, it's not hard. You just have to be a nice person. You have to care about people. And you have to do things right, the right way. You have to. There is a right way and a wrong way to do things. And it's caring about, you have to care about, even about the people that aren't nice to you. You have to care about them. You have to care for them. Because, you know, somebody can leave a bad comment, and then, you know, all these people that are my friends, oh, well, thank you, Art. That was nice. That was nice, Art. Very kind. Art's been a big supporter here. He's been very, been here. Like, the minute I log in, Art's here, and it's like, yeah. And Art's had an active participation here. Okay, I remember now where my lumens. It's hidden way down here, way. So we'll go 20. That might be too much. Yeah. So yeah. Well, thank you for because you know that's the thing is that you know, Chris. It's like I would love to have some, you know, I want to go into teaching everybody about weight maps. And there, I went in, because before I got sick, like a couple days ago, we're going to go to 29, we'll go 3. All right, I'm not doing too well with these. I've got an idea of, we're going to go 9 here and see what happens, okay? We'll go, I have to kind of think about this. 3, let's try 3. And so we'll do this a little bit more than that. We'll go 5. Yes, this is, I wonder if the DAS picks up Heng soon. DZ Heng soon. I'm not sure about that, what that is, Art. See, there are issues there are hurdles, there are things going on with DAS, and let's have a discussion about this, okay? Okay, I went out and bought Character Creator and iClone 8, It cost me about $3,000, okay, to get Character Creator, iClone 8, and the Unreal Bridge, and then the Mojo stuff, and the animation stuff, and all the Apple stuff from my Apple phone, so I could do all that stuff. All of that was a huge expense. Now, this is how things go, okay? I can take Michael 4, and I can bring him into iClone, okay? I mean, into Character Creator 4. This is Character Creator 4. Because I just spent an entire evening, the entire night, trying to get Michael 4 into to become a Genesis 9 figure. An entire night it took me to try and get Michael 4. At first I had to convert his maps to like Genesis 2. And then I had to send his morphs to Genesis 2. And then I had to figure out how to get his morphs to Genesis 8 and get his maps to Genesis 8, and then trying to get them, all of that stuff to Genesis 9 was like impossible. And I finally kind of gave up on it. And that was like 6 hours later. Okay? And in the space of about 10 minutes, 4 minutes, I sent Michael 4 over to Character Creator 4, and they instantly converted him into their CC3 plus character. Michael 4. All right, so now when I go into my assets here, and we go into content, and I go to custom, and I go to actor, and you want to see Michael 4 as a character, brought into Iray, and I mean it's not Iray, but it's all of these new kind of. So we go to character, and we go here to. Let's get the original Michael 4, and I have a couple of them here. Where is he? Michael 8. Michael. Okay, where is he? Michael 3. Baked. Michael 8. Michael 8. Ethan. This says Michael 4 edit. I want to get the original Michael 4. Michael 4 clothed. Look at this now. It took me like two minutes, not even that, to send Michael 4 from Daz. But it takes me 6 hours to try to get Michael 4. Took me 6 hours to get Michael 4 into and I've put like a beard on him that didn't transfer properly and everything, but then I can just, this is Michael 4, and then I can just come in here, and then I thought, well, why don't I just export Michael 4 as an FBX and bring him back. Okay, here's Michael 4 also. Here's Michael 4. Okay, this is Michael 4 clothed. Let's delete this. We'll go to the scene. Let's go Michael 3 base. And let's go back here to content. This is Michael 4 CC3 plus, okay? No, okay. And see, now with Michael 4 in here, and let's see, I have to like find some pants. Okay. I don't know how to get out of Iray mode here, but let's see. We go to content, and we'll go to clothing. We go to templates here, and clothing, and pants, and see these three. Okay, well, that's a pair of pants. Let's see if these work on him. Okay, see how quickly. Now, you see, can you just see what just happened? I just took any pair of pants and put them on Michael 4. Okay? And the thing is that, and what's really cool is I can just go into hair. Okay, I can go into this hair group here and put this hair on Michael 4. Oh, we got to go back to content. Scene, Michael 4, content, hair. Okay. And then what I can do is go here to content, scene, and we got to go back to Michael 4, go to content, go back. Okay, and Cherry. In the previous PBR stream, you mentioned that Iray creates depths and details chiefly from textures in DAZ, but they do not bridge well into other programs. How are they in Character Creator? Creates depth and details chiefly from textures in DAZ. Okay, and Cherry, the only depths that I know of that DAZ are canvases, okay? And the canvases, you have to overlay them in a Photoshop. So what you do is you render your scene so that it's like an image, and then you overlay the depth. It's a layer. It's another image that DAZ spits out. And I'm going to go back over that. I have a tutorial, and if you want to look it up, and the last time I did the tutorial, I kind of realized it wasn't complete. And so but if you go and look through my live tutorials and look up the word depth, D-E-P-T-H, depth, okay, you'll see me working with depth maps. And what I do is actually I overlay the depth map in DAZ on a plane in front of the scene, in front of the camera. And it doesn't work very well. It does work, but it doesn't work very well. And the best way to use a depth map is to do it in Photoshop. Okay, so I'm going to do some work. I might show you real quickly of how to do that. All I want to do is kind of animate Michael and then explain a couple of things. And then we're going to, so we go into scene and make sure Michael is selected. Then we go into content, go back here, and then we go into animation, and we go into social life interactions maybe here. And we're just going to find an interaction where he's just standing around and kind of breathing and posing and just kind of doing, and see how quickly we can take this figure. Now, if you look, Michael looks kind of like, he looks kind of cool, but his textures are not really completely, they're not up to DAZ's level. Even for Michael 4, when you load Michael 4 in the scene, he looks much better in DAZ. It's an illusion. He looks like it looks fine. All right, so, but this is an illusion. He doesn't look as nice as he does in DAZ. But did you look how quickly I was able to dress him? And now look what he's doing. He's just Look at this. That, my friends, is Michael 4. Okay, now I could render this, render the animation, take it into, look how amazing that is. See, this is something and why it's like DAZ, but not really, okay? And the reason why is because DAZ characters are much, much, much higher quality the way they look. It's just like, let's jump from this character, okay? Let's stop this for a moment. And now let's just jump back to DAZ and take a look at our character here. And this is like night and day, okay? That character is like cartoon compared to this character. That's why this character can't move like that character. That's why he can't just move around and kind of just move, because he, let's bring this light out some more. Bring it down, the spotlight down, and kind of point it up a little more so it lights more of him. And then we'll just give it a little more. Let's go 2 here. And then we'll go back in with our perspective view. And it's because now if you just take a look at this character here, and you take a look at the suit, look at this, the shadows, look at the sharpness. He has no, I haven't put any kind of like skin blemishes and things, no 5 o'clock shadow, none of that stuff. He's not even in a pose, but just switch back and forth and look at the difference. And there's just none. There's no comparison. That's why he can't do this. That's why this guy can't do this. Okay? Because this guy is almost, he's a little better than video game quality, but is not that much more. But your eyes forget how nice Daz is when you come in. Your eyes forget. And they look at this and say, well, why can't Daz do this? And why can't I just put clothing on? Because they've converted him into kind of a simpler model the skin textures look kind of like they are, but my gosh, look how nice that hair looks. I wish I could get hair like this in Daz. I can't. They just keep giving me mohawks and stuff. I can't get hair like this. You know, they have a couple things that are close to it, but it's just when I go through the hair here in this, it's just they give you the first the hair you need, and then then give us this weird hair. But first of all, give us, like for Genesis 9, give us the hair we really need, kind of thing. You go into this hair, look at the hair here. Just they give us the basic kind of hair we need. You know, it's not all this mohawk, weird kind of shaved on the side kind of crazy stuff. It's or hair that's way too high on top. These ones, that's too high on top. Okay, I put that on any of my figures and it just doesn't look right. This doesn't quite look right. This is amazing hair. This is amazing hair, okay? And then the beard stuff. Oh my gosh, you go, the beard builder. Look at this. I'm putting this beard on Michael 4. Look at this. And it's just, and when you get up close to this beard, it's almost better. It's all, it's just, I don't know what it is about this. So, but if you get up close to him, like his skin, it's just not there. It's not there. But look at the beard. Look at it. Look how nice the beard kind of looks. And you can come in here and add little pieces. And these are all fiber mesh eyebrows, and but you can add these little things to it. Like I can just add this right to the beard. It just they fit right in. Add the goatee, apply. And it knows to just kind of replace things. And we go with the goatee here. Replace. So it's just and there's colors and changing the colors and all. And you can load 4K stuff in, but then and this environment, you can load textures and just put them on him, but it's a kind of like you have to jump hoops to do it. And the thing is that what I can do is just come in here, because they've converted him into their model framework, and it took like a minute for it to convert and bring this Michael 4, which I've been asking Daz and asking them, just give us Michael 4 for Genesis 9. We don't care. I don't care if the textures look old or whatever. Just give us Michael 4 for Genesis 9. And give us Michael 4 for Genesis 8. Give us these old characters for the new things, so we have them. We just can buy them. It's like the Michael 2, Michael 3, Michael, just give us these characters. You do it and give them to us for Genesis 9. And so I don't have to spend an entire day trying to get, it's the second time that I've spent like an entire night and an entire day trying to get Michael 4 to Genesis 8 and failed. And that's the thing, is I just love these old characters, and I don't care really how bad they look, because they're going to look better in Genesis. Yes, yeah. And the thing is that why now, if I take this mic, you're probably right, Art. I can't really say what Daz's motives are exactly. I can say what it seems like, but the thing is that these characters, Daz doesn't want their characters in Daz Studio. They don't, because if you could just take all these characters, like I have a bunch of them here, and I could just import them into Daz, which you can in a way. You can turn them into OBJ files, and then you can re-rig them. You can bring them in and re-rig them. It's a complex thing. Is that what I need to do, is just export Michael as an OBJ file and re-rig him somehow and bring him into Daz? And so we go back here to actors, and these are some of the actors that they have here that I can bring in, that I can bring them right into. It would be nice to be able to just export these characters as an FBX file and bring them into Daz. Daz will not let that happen. It's not that it's not Character Creator. Character Creator wants to do this, but Daz won't allow it. And I'll show you something, because I'll tell you, this is how bad that Character Creator wants to send their characters to other programs. Because if I select and I go into Scene and I select this character, and then I go File, Export, and I say export as an FBX, and just the selected character. Look how many exports. Look, I can export it to Maya. I can export it to 3D Studio Max, Unity, Unreal, Motion Builder, Blender, Cinema 4D, Maya, and Motion Builder Motion Pipeline. And what program is missing? I'll give you one guess. It's not here. And I've tried every one of these. I've tried to export it as a Maya as a Mile. FBX is supposed to be some kind of universal file, okay? And not only has Character Creator allowing you to export it as an FBX, it's giving you a kind of customized version for each of these programs. They've gone to all the work to make sure that this figure gets exported into these other programs and works perfectly. But the only program that's not here, and if you tried it, any of these, and you export it as an FBX file, and you try to import it into DAZ crashes. So, and they say, and then there are internet blogs that talk about this stuff, and they say it has to do with DAZ's proprietary joint editor, and they don't want, and that DAZ doesn't want other figures in DAZ Studio because they want you to buy their figures, which kind of makes sense and everything. I'm not gonna make judgments at this point, but it kind of sucks that I can't, that this Michael figure, that I can export him out of DAZ and bring him instantly in 1 minute. It took me to convert him and bring him into and I could have converted him with 4K textures. Okay, I think I converted him with 2K textures. It was a mistake that I made. And I can also, if you notice, he looks like he's a little bit kind of choppy. I could go in here and add smoothing to him. They have sub D in here. So, and the thing is that it says real time, but I can up the rendering quality here, and all. But and it can approach the level of realism that DAZ has, but if you bring them up to that level of realism, then suddenly when you click play, then they can't move like this. So the thing is that and look, it's like Michael's alive, and this is not an experience that we can have with our characters in DAZ. We can't just have them come alive like this. Their eyes move, his hands move, and you know what? If you look at him, his hair is actually moving. His hair is actually, if I had him jumping around and everything, his hair would be literally moving, and his clothes move. And if I'd put a dress on him, his dress would be kind of flinging as he's moving around. And all the poke through kind of issues, not all of them. Every once in a while you have a little bit of poke through, but in the crotch area, usually you just move your figure from one pose to another, and the crotch completely explodes in DAZ. And it's like these pants, they seem to be kind of there, even though. So the thing is that what I'm asking for is just to say, hey, just why can't you just at least give us Michael 7 as a Genesis 9 figure and Michael 4 is a Genesis 8 figure? Why can't you do that? And no, they sell all these converters and all these skin and UV switchers and all of this stuff. And so you buy all that stuff and it doesn't work. Okay? It doesn't work. And so you spend an entire day wasting your life trying. Everybody tries to get Victoria 4, and because we have this fond memory of working with that figure. and we try to get you say sell all these converters, and you convert it to Genesis 2 first, and then you convert it to Genesis 3, and then Genesis 4, and then you got to convert the textures, you got to convert all the morphs, and you got to convert all this stuff. And if they sell all these converters, why don't they just convert Michael to Genesis 8 and sell us Michael 4? And just use the same skin, just use everything and say this is Michael 4. Probably because those converters don't work. And if they do, and the thing is that they do to some degree, because I did get, like, I can take his face here now, and now that I've finally converted. Now this is Genesis 9. I don't know if I managed to get Michael 4 as a Genesis 9 figure, but let's go into parameters here. Now I've done some work on this, and managed to get somewhere with it, and I'm not sure that how well I've done, but let's go here and let's go to our parameters and type Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, no, I've got the spotlight selected. How about if we select Marcus? And we've got Michael, Thomas, Michael 1. I think I have a Michael 4 now for Michael 8. Michael head. No, I don't see it here. So I think I might only have Michael for Genesis 8 now. I couldn't get him to Genesis 9. Yeah, I couldn't, because when I converted him to Genesis 8, and which is so weird, it's like when I finally got him to Genesis 8, they had this big body suit they put on him in order to do it, in order to switch him to Genesis 9. There's no body suit here. This this suit that's on him, this skin, I can come here right to the content and go to their skin packs, and boy, do they have skin packs. And skin gen, it might be here. Okay, I think it's actually this realistic human skin. And I can just come here and put on, okay, we have to select him. We go to scene, CC3, okay, back to content. And it's kind of difficult to find the right skin, but they have all kinds of stuff here for skin, like massive wrinkles and decals. See, you can add all of these things right on. It's like you don't have to jump through a myriad of different products and everything. They're just all in one place, the skin you need. Okay, but it's like just to get a normal guy's skin, it's like really hard to find. Male old, I think there's one. It's like you come up and they have the female athletic skin. I think it's called male athletic, maybe. There it is. I guess that's the regular skin, so we just select him. And this should switch his skin. I guess apply shaders, textures, parameters. Does it work? Now, if I did this with Genesis 9 skin to Michael 4, now that doesn't look right. So I did something wrong here. That looks like the male old skin. But yeah, see, I've not been able to figure. I have before, but what has? Okay, let's try this guy. This is dry skin, so this takes the shine out of the skin. Yes, I did use the transformer, and Michael 4 is actually a CC3 plus character, so I can use all of the skin stuff and replace the layers. Let's see what happens. This doesn't look right. Okay, something doesn't, but that's Michael's shape. Okay, and I think then you have to go out of here for it to like go. So, let's see, because they basically take the skin off. Naval decal. I've not figured out. It's like, where's just the regular man skin? It's like athletic CC skin. I just wish they would kind of, and then it goes to male and Herculean, male old, and then they're gone. So it might be in the regular male skin, like in this item, skin, full skin. Let's see, default male skin. Let's try that. Oh, we got realistic human skin, and I think that takes us back to the other product. Because this just doesn't look right, and it might be because of the Michael body that. We have Michael. I don't think Michael 4 had like vascular stuff. You can see it just needs to have some kind of smoothing done to the body and all. Oh, and it basically, yeah, when I go out of this mode. Got body hair. Okay. Male athletic. Let's see what happens when we put this on. I think that's what he's got on. So, you know, that's so. I'm going to try to tie this up a little bit here. So maybe we can get back into Daz again. So the this looks horrible. Okay, so we take. I'm not sure why this looks so horrible. Okay, and we got skin base. Okay, default male clean. Let's try this. I think I just found it. Skin base. It's in the base. Apply. Because this has got all kinds of like just vascular stuff and. All right. All right, well, this still kind of looks just as bad, but you have, all right, so I'm not going to get too involved in this. This, let's take and delete Michael. Okay, I think we have to go out of here. go out of here, and he'll get his clothes and beard and all that stuff will come back, I think. Save this. What does it save? No. Now I'm having a coughing attack right here. Okay, actor. I'm not sure why he's not. Okay, now hear this. Character. Edit mesh. This should bake. Okay, it bakes the skin textures. Let's see what happens now. Because this looks horrible, absolutely horrible, and I don't know why. Well, it's some of the lighting maybe. Okay, now we can go back out, edit mesh. All right, that brings us back out. And if we go into modify and edit mesh, I can go back into this edit mesh. I think we can in here add soft selection, is it? No, go back out. Collision, shape. I'm not figuring it, finding it. Character. Oh, convert to game-based, optimize, decimate. Auto blink. We can have just to automatically blink. What happens when we put him into? He's lost his animation. I don't think he's back out of it. Kind of forgotten how to get him because he had clothes on. I thought he had yeah, he does have pants on. He's lost his animation and edit mesh, pose offset, adjust. It's just because I don't really know this well enough. But what I found when I started using this was just a propensity to kind of lose the quality of the figures, because you just switch back and look at what we're looking at. We're looking at, you know, and if just we go to Marcus and just take off the vest, and we're looking at much, and see, I would come in and edit this because I think Marcus's skin's a little bit red. And so I would just go into the surfaces here to Marcus and go to here and skin and drop down the surfaces, and I would just take some of this red out here, a little bit of that, a little bit of the green out, a little bit more of the red. And then we have something that looks a little bit more natural. And then you can just come in here, and it's just, the quality is, and so I would go here to, you know, like hair, go to hair. And body hair. We take and come here to heavy body hair. Oh, this will work. We just go to the utilities. What is it? Hair, body shell. Put this on real quick. I don't think I clicked on it right. No. And then we take this shell here. We just take and go maybe here. And then we take the and do something with the beard. And suddenly it's just, and this reminds me of way back when I first started out when I was using Poser. Thank you for the emojis. Thank you. When I first started out with Poser, so now and our lights, I just don't really have the lights set up right. So let's put him in a pose. We go to content library down here and into my set, and here are my Genesis 9 poses. I have all of my Genesis 3, Genesis 8, Genesis 2, and Genesis male and female poses are all converted to Genesis 9, and there are 9,000 poses, and I can just go through them and just go through them page after page until I find the pose I want. And they just work because they're all converted to Genesis 9, both male and female poses from all of the generations prior, and they're all in this one folder. Well, and so I can just come through here. And what happened to his beard? Now, he had a beard on. I know he did. What happened, I think, was I don't think. Yeah, I put the beard on his, nine. Well, his eyes, we need to change his eyes, so we have eyes here. Because this particular figure, there's something weird with the gloss on the moisture on the eyes. So I have now Genesis 9 eyes. All of my Genesis 9 eyes are all in one folder. And so I can just come in here and just pick any of the eyes and change them. No, I think that's because these eyes, I might have to select the actual eyes. Well, there might be something odd here. It's this particular, I think if I find the right eyes, it'll fix it. It has to replace actually it has to replace the entire eye and not just the material. There's one. That was weird. I think these might. Here's two eyes, maybe. It's gonna work. There we go. And now we go into our. And I like to take their features and drag them down a little bit. So I go into here and take down the Marcus head. And I just like to drag them down towards Genesis 9 a little bit. No, they're inexplicably separate from the models. The eyes are very complicated things in Daz Studio, okay? Because, like, in Genesis 8, like, the parts of the eyes are connected to the like the iris is actually connected to the glass over the eye, you know, like the moisture or something like that. And in 9 they're not, and it's just the eyes are very the way the iris and the pupil work together. It's not like just an image with a black dot in the center. No, they're separate. Everything's like a separate object, and the sclera is a separate object, and they're very, very different from Genesis. And I'm very glad, actually, that Daz separated the eyes from the figure, because you can literally just come here and add some eyes to your scene. You couldn't do this before, but now you can literally just add, where are they? Oh, they would be probably somewhere where his eyes are, but you go to the parameters here, go X, maybe Z. Now, I think that they're probably in the place of those eyes. Now, I think it put them with Marcus, okay? And if I unparent these, and it's very strange how these are like this, because it says fit to Marcus, and I think we can go to none, except, and then you can literally move the eyes around. You can add them to a Genesis 8 figure and do all kinds of odd things with them. Just one moment. Excuse me, I am all crouped up here for some reason. I had that coughing attack. So, all right, I'm back. Okay, so you can take the eyes, and you couldn't do that with the Genesis 8. They were like stuck right in the figure. You had to delete the entire figure from around the eyes, okay, in order to isolate the eyes, okay? And now these eyes, I don't believe I can come in here and just select these eyes and put like a texture on them, but maybe I can. No, see, but maybe I can use one of these. Yeah, see, and some of these might actually just be materials, or now I'm having a coughing attack again. My apartment hates me. It just starts to. Okay, so it's just, I kind of like the idea. Now we go into. Okay, well, it's good to have you back, Art. It really is. I was having trouble losing my signal quite, as you guys remember, so it happens. So, but it's good to have you back. I had to go to my internet provider and get a different modem. So I told you I didn't like to have the, I don't mind a little bit of shadow on the face, but I don't like the eyes covered. And so we'll come back here like this. I don't mind one side of the face kind of a little bit in shadow, but I like the eyes so that they're visible. I suppose there are certain times when having, now we go to perspective view. Okay, so now we have a little bit of, see, this is beautiful. This is why we do Daz Studio. Okay? It's because of this quality that we have here. And it's just not here. And, you know, it's let's delete this guy out of the scene if I can. Okay, let's go back. Daz crashed. I mean, character creator just crashed. And I don't doubt it. I was trying to do all kinds of weird stuff with it, like use Michael 4 in it. And let's take this guy. He's their top quality guy. Took my audio, had to reboot. Wow. That is not good. Well, when we overload it, it's not always Daz's fault. It's just because. Now this is Talking Kevin. I think we're going to go here to the pack. We'll just bring bring Kevin in. Kevin. Okay. You can just tell how long it takes for it to put Kevin in the scene. That is just like much faster. Now you look and say, okay, this, you know, he's pretty he looks pretty good. Look at this. Look at the skin here. But I would say that when we get this close, that it's really not. It's not Daz, because when we get close to Daz, our Daz figure here, and bring this up, it just doesn't get. Look at the quality there, and look at the quality here. It's trying to do something there, but it's just not this. And what I can do with this quality here is I can come in and there are other skins that are just much better than, say, this particular skin. Like we go, what are some of the better? Let's just try a few different skins and see what happens as we bring in different materials. Skin material. Like the texture on the lips, and there it's just like there's really not it's not there. And but from a distance back, yeah, they've picked a very kind of manly figure, and you put the hair on him and all this stuff, and what's really nice is you can just click a button and he'll just start moving. He just starts to move, and that's the trade-off. Okay, you have this trade-off that he will move, but he's not going to have this quality. This kind of quality. Now, something odd with the corners of his lips. But let's go back out and let's take, go back to our figures. Let's go and put Michael 4's skin on him. Okay, that would be here. Michael 9, I mean. Materials. Michael 9's materials are going to be just probably around the apex of the very best skin that you can they're up there with, there's a few other characters that are up there, but look at there's some really nice kind of stuff going on here, and it doesn't look like it just doesn't look like it becomes, the closer you get, the more detailed it is than here. And you can come in and you can set this higher, but it's not going to have you're not going to have them moving around like this in a higher, with a higher skin. So now let's zoom out a little. I think Michael is actually very great for this kind of scene here. He looks a little bit like our voodoo man, and we just to kind of be culturally accurate. All right, and so we go to hair and we go to face, and let's give him some of this here. Marcus, which is with Marcus with Michael's skin. And then we just go here with our shaved head. There we go. This arm. He looks like me. You're funny, Art. Same here. Yeah. I understand the sentiments. And let's twist a little bit here. And we've got our oh, that's nice. Let's bring him in here like this, and let's save this. And what did I just save this as? Head shapes product test. Well, of course. And I was wondering about taking some of this stuff off of him, just these bullet things and these things off the arms, and see if it's possible. Let's go to, we have the vest hidden. Bullet belt, that's gone. What about the gun belt? I think we'll keep the gun belt. Now, what about the boots? Okay, we go into the boots and we go to surfaces. We can turn them off. And the boots. Why didn't they turn completely off? Like, there's got to be the... Well, that didn't work. How about the boots sole? No, why didn't they turn completely off? Boots. Okay, now all right, let's not worry about that. The long coat, what can we turn off here? Okay, oh, gloves. What happened? Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Gloves, gun belt. Arm guard, that's what we wanted to get rid of. Oh, that's nice. Okay. And the only thing, okay, these may be part of the pants. We got rid of the bullet thing, but the pants. Pants lower, maybe. No. Boots. Oh, they might be down here. The hip, no. No. Arm guard can go. Alright, so what we do is we just get rid of the boots. Find him some other boots. Okay, boots. And we go here. Ain't male, we'll have to fit them, auto fit them. There he is. What's this stuff with the gloves? Because this is kind of distracting. But what I can do, we can change the texture on that. Gloves, where are the gloves? Okay, we go here to surfaces. Okay, this is not very, these are not very, usually they kind of break these material things up. Okay, but what I could do is go to, let's see what we have here. We can go to, we can go into, okay, let's see, geometry editor. Surfaces, okay, this would be tools, tool settings, geometry editor. Select that, we go right click, geometry selection, select connected. Oh, darn, okay. They're not helping me. Control L to light this up. How about if we grow selected? Geometry editing, geometry selection. We got it. One more. Okay, there's one side. We still got a finger going through. Okay, we're going to select that. We have to unselect that little square we went over with. I'm going to go this way first, get the rest of this, and hold alternate, undo those. Get that little one there. I think there's another one here. Okay. We zoom out. We got them both. Okay. Right click. Geometry assignment. Create surface from selected. We're going to call this gloves. Gloves back. Gloves back. And now we have a surface there. So we can go now to our surfaces here. And we're going to take the gloves, right click, copy selected surface. And I think we just pasted the glove material to our gloves. Well, what's that? Why are they showing like that? Okay, we're still in, okay. Okay, so it worked, but we just, I just copied some kind of metal thing to it instead of the leather. So we'll go back to our surfaces. Where is it? Back. We'll go to presets, shaders, leather. We'll find some kind of leather. Something that's not too shiny. It's worn leather, some kind of worn leather. Or I can just take and make it matte, but I'd rather not have to. Okay, we'll go with a 2K. Well, why not? There we go, and now we just take and we can darken it. Surfaces. We go to our base color. Just darken it a little bit. And take some of the shine off. That works. Okay, and now his skin. Let's give him some imperfections to his skin. So we go here to Marcus, and we go to, first I'm going to take some of that shine off his skin. So we'll go to this PBR skin thing here and go to roughness. Let's just make it a little bit more of this roughness. Well, that's too much, but we're going to bring some of this kind of shine back. Got the wrong kind of shine. And that's okay. That's enough shine. Except, let's give him some blemishes and freckles and moles. So let's go to parameters, and the key word is detailer. This is a skin detailer. I use this all the time to make my figures look, to give them more kind of imperfections to their skin, so it doesn't just look so kind of perfect. And we're looking in smart content. Skin detailer. Materials. I always use her. Anything more and he looks like he's dying of some kind of drug addicted palsy. But you can take their skin into Photoshop, and there's a plugin that comes with this, and oh my gosh, you can add like discolorations and everything. It's just like you can get right down to every last detail of every map, and it all opens up. Or you can just click on this preset. And it kind of works. It puts a whole skin shell on him. See how that just kind of did something to his skin? It just made it a little bit. Now, I don't want to get too close, or it's going to realize that he's just covered in. But yeah, see what that did to his skin? Just gave him all kinds of little. Now his eyes don't look realistic to me. So we're gonna play with eyes until we get eyes. They just look black. And I'm not sure that I like his eyelashes either. So we're gonna go with eyelashes. I like these straight ones that I keep. They're part of the Genesis, like expansion Genesis. It's straight lash. See, I like them a little better. And now his eyes. The whites just don't look right, and the. So we'll go to his eyes. And go to my eye library here. We could give him voodoo eyes. Oh, he's so much better. Just all of a sudden, yeah, look at that. But he's probably wouldn't have eyes like that, you know. So they're those are like Hollywood contact eyes. Did I get them? Okay. We're kind of back where we started. Not completely. Yeah, we are. That's just like almost exactly. I don't know why. I'm sure that I had more eyes here, like in this folder, and now they're like gone. Genesis 9 eyes. I know I had more. Okay, try these yellow eyes. Wow. They're very interesting. How about if we go with the red eyes just to try them? How about these monster eyes? These sometimes don't work. I mean, it's like, where's Nathan's eyes? Where's all these other eyes? They're not here. Wow. Those are pretty cool. But the whites are black. I think I'm going to undo these. Control Z. Oh, I know where my eyes are. There are pages and pages of them. There are 900. We're on page 900. Art, you have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the emojis. It's very nice having you here. Thanks for bringing Chris into the forum. I mean, into the channel. That's like, wow, a real asset creator, somebody who just substantial, big wigs. Very nice of you to do that, Art. Very nice. It's awesome. Very awesome. Awesome. So you take care. Look at these amber eyes. Have a good night. Good night. I hope the coffee came out well. There's the eyes. There's his eyes. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make him squint a little bit because his eyes, he just looks like he's staring too much, staring too hard. And so that's going to require blink. So have a wonderful night. Very good night. Oh my God, it's 12 o'clock. I've been here 6 hours. I haven't gotten up from this chair. Gotta move my legs around a little bit. So we're gonna go to blink. Blink. How do we do this? No, this would be in parameters. I haven't even built a world around him. We need like a Mardi Gras street. This would be for our Marcus. We need Marcus blink. And we're just going to make him squint a little bit. Just to make him not look so... There we go. Just a little bit of a blink. I kind of wish I had one of those really thin... I do probably have him, one of those little thin mustaches, but I think sometimes that makes characters look mean a little bit. I wonder if he really needs the gun holsters. Let's see what happens. His boots are too shiny. So, but the gun holsters, let's lose the gun belt and see. Well, I think we'll leave it. It just adds a little more detail to him. So, now the boots are a little bit too shiny. So let's go to the boots here, the surfaces. We got glossy roughness. We'll bring some of that here. Bring some of the reflectivity down. Okay, that's good. Let's find him some Chris, you have a good night. Thank you for coming in and watching as long as you did. It was really nice. It's an honor having Daz artists come in here and check out the channel and and stay for a bit and share our experiences with Daz. It's very nice indeed. I think that's my angle right there. I'm going to throw a camera in the scene, create a new camera. I don't know if I'm going to be here that much longer anyway, so we're going to save this and we're going to go up to. It's very nice having you all here. It's very nice. I spent so many nights in the past just like solitary, working alone, and I thought, I just don't want to spend my whole life, just making art and not have have people to commune with when I'm doing this work, when putting stuff together. And I think this light here, my brain is still just. We have a spotlight here. I think we could warm the spotlight up a tiny bit. Parameters, and we got blink in here. And yes, oh my gosh, it's a very awesome crowd tonight. YouTube has been good to me. So we just go a little in between there, just kind of warm that light a tiny bit. We don't need bright sunlight, it's light color. And now let's put him in some kind of scene. I have this, I'm thinking I could either put him outside in a street scene, but I was thinking maybe inside of a mansion, like with overstuffed couches and with, maybe windows with lights coming in and things like that. An old style, Victorian mansion kind of place. Something with a lot of geometry that I have to spend hours deleting everything in the room so I can get it to render. With 23090s, I should be able to do it with 24 gigs, but we'll see. Environments. Wow. 23 likes. This is a record for my channel, and I have had this channel for like 4 years, and I haven't. It's still not monetized. I don't make any money from it, but YouTube is starting to help me get the word out. Old West House. I think that's a little too barren. I want something kind of ritzy. Something posh. Even though he's kind of dressed down a little bit. Let's try. Victorian bedroom, Victorian street, Victorian mausoleum. Why this the bedroom, I've done that, used that a lot of times. What's this Victorian street like? I'd have to turn on the environment. We've kind of got control of the light now, but we may have to lose it. Unless there's street lights. Yeah, there are lights here and stuff. Let's see what happens with this. We'll get rid of the cameras. We already got a camera. Old Victorian street. Parameters. We go into now he his clothing looks like it needs a simulation. Y translate. Y rotate. Okay, we have our perspective view here. Okay, this looks nice. I like this. We've got a there's our camera here. Perspective. We don't have the camera locked, so we could do a few things with it. Move it over maybe like this. And then go to our perspective view, our render settings. I have all these things that are in the wrong place. Simulation settings comes here. Tool settings. I don't know how these things got messed up. And render settings comes up here. Okay, render settings comes after surfaces and tool settings and simulation. All right, this is usually how I have this. Now we go to render settings. Let's go here. Wow, it's like just really wild having Chris come in and it was really nice with Art tonight, and Anus was really, just really participating in tonight's. It was nice. It's a very nice night today, very nice day today. We're gonna go here with 16 by 9. Let's do something like this. Can we get some of the sky in here? Okay, let's save this. And let's also let's do a simulation of his clothing, just so it hangs right. I'm going to move his arm out just until we get the simulation done, so it doesn't mess up his. We're going to go to simulation settings, simulation, start bones off, and then we go here to simulate. We just simulate. Okay, and see what happens. I just don't like the way the coat, it's like hanging the way you'd think it would hang rather than the way it should hang. Where is it? Here we go. It's starting. There, it should start dropping. Okay, it's stabilizing, so I guess, oh, there we go. Now it's starting to hang. Hopefully it doesn't hang down all the way down too. I've had it just happen like that, where it just stretches right down to the floor. And okay, see, that looks right now. Very nice. I don't care if it goes down. It should hug around him, then kind of do that Van Helsing thing that it was doing before. It should just kind of hang around him like it's part of him. Like, yeah. We got 23 likes today. Wow. Thank you, YouTube, for corralling people in, bringing people in. And I think that whole character creator thing is just like, you know, it would really be nice to be able to import characters into DAZ. It's like you can import them from a character creator into everywhere else. It's only a few characters. It's not like they have a lot of stuff, and it'd be nice to be able to bring in some of their hair stuff. And you know what? The things that come from DAZ into character creator, they don't go in there perfectly. The hair doesn't come in right. A lot of things don't come in right. So let's see what we got here. I'm just going to save this because I already know that I kind of like. Okay, so we're going to now check this out in Iray. Now I can probably put his hand a little closer onto his side. Now, all right, let's take this hand here. Okay, we're going to lock the camera for now. I'm wondering, let's just see if there's another angle. See, this is a nice angle as well, because he doesn't look like he's staggering here. He looks like he's more deliberate. And we go to parameters, bend. We want him to look at us. Save this. Now we're going to have a beautiful opportunity for a sky up here. I think that's open sky. So we can now go back to our environment. Oops. Turn off the backdrop. And go back to our scene. Go to environment options. And we're going to go here to, now I have HDRIs down here. A bunch of them. Let's see what this does. 9. Okay, I think I have to go to dome and scene. No, we have it. All we have to do is go into Iray. See our environment map. We have an environment, people. Now, he doesn't look like his feet are doing the right thing here. Wow. Something doesn't look right here at all. Looks like everything's kind of missing from that. The textures are missing from that building, or something's weird. Oh, okay, well, it's not the distant light. And we have a plane on the ground. I guess we had some kind of plane in here. That was from our first, okay, the spotlight. What happens when we turn that off? Okay, this scene is just not doing it, so let's, we'll try to turn it a little bit. We'll give it a chance. I don't know why everything's so white, was so white looking. Suddenly we got some color there. It's okay, we're going to turn around and see what's behind us. Okay, there's this big building here. That's why. If we could just delete this building and this one and this one and this one and that one and that one and maybe this one and this one and that one. Let's go back to our camera view. Environment options. Okay, this is really a bright HDRI map. So I don't think that this scene, we have to look and see if it's Victorian Street. I might not. Okay, let's go and see if this is 3D light surfaces, ground, base color. Yeah, it's Iray. It's just that it's just the wrong HDRI. So we'll go back to our content library. This is looking nice. We got to set him down on the ground. Marcus. I think what was wrong is I had a plane in the scene. The plane was... He was standing on the plane. He needs a cane. He needs a cane in this hand. Let's bend that foot. Control L. We got, I guess that's all the light we're gonna get. We're gonna bend that foot down a little bit. Okay. Let's see what's here. Okay, let's take Marcus and move him over. And let's turn him. So he's got enough room for his cane. Okay, now we turn this. All right. Environment options. That was so nice of Art to bring Chris in. Just just how nice and thoughtful that was. Just really nice. Just sweet, very selfless and kind. Just we live in a very nice world, people. We do. We live in a beautiful world. Okay. His pose is kind of weird. This, his pelvis is shaped wrong. You take and bend his pelvis, his feet like that. Okay. And then I think I've got to kind of move him, rotate him around a little bit. Like this. And he's got a twist. Just want him to seem like he's kind of coming in and stopping and looking. Not so much that he's posing. What do we got? Now I can turn my spotlight on again. See what happens. It lights him up a little bit more. But I think, the camera. Why did I hide the camera? Okay, not sure why front here looks so weird. What's happened to his feet? Are they going through the floor again? Okay, and this looks... Okay, we take Marcus and pick him back up a little bit. How did he get so much taller? Oh, his legs, the way I just kind of... Okay, what am I doing? This looks really weird, like he's parented to the building. This is strange. Like that's part of him. That's gotta be an optical illusion. How can that be all working? Like, this is strange. Oh, it's like the floor, the ground got moved out, or it's not part of... The ground is like a separate thing. See? Why rotate? When everything got rotated, the ground... Okay. Okay, I need to take this ground and then go to the parameter, perspective, and look at the ground. What's happening here? The ground got completely moved. We rotate the ground. Why? The ground's got to go like this. That. Let's go back to our camera. Okay. Why? Okay. This... I don't know that I've ever, okay, seen anything like this before, where everything's oh, it's parented to the camera. Okay. Unparent the ground. Okay, the ground was parented to the camera. Okay. Somehow it got parented to the camera. Okay, I must have dragged it there. Okay, so we go back to the perspective. That was really strange. All right. Okay. Now we got it. Now we can move this all together here. See, we want the ground. And Y rotate. X. This is all weird. Maybe like that. Okay, let's try this. Back to the camera. Okay. And this is the only thing we're going to have to do with this is move it up. Let's see how far he is off the ground. Well, the camera is definitely not in the right place. Okay, let's move this up. Y translate. Now that's not Y. There it is. What do we got? All right. He's not on the ground. Now I think his pants are starting to look better now. They don't look quite so weird. All right. Take this foot, twist it. That. Grab the ground again, bring it up. Y. Okay, save this. And now let's move around. Let's find the right HDRI. I mean, this one's nice, but we will find one that's gonna just completely work with the scene. We go to content here. Well, something's wrong with our floor, our ground here. This doesn't work, I think. The HDRI is kind of nice, but it's not going right. We have some kind of, I know what it is. It's I've rotated it some. Now we got to bring it up. I think I rotated it too much. Let's set it to 0. What happens if we bring it up? Okay, Y translate. Let's see if we can. There. What's up with this? We've got to push it back more. Z. This way. No, I don't think that's right here. Z. Okay. We got something happening here now. We've got. Oh, look how the sun is, the sky is reflecting off the windows. Just how this is Dad's studio, people. This is what you can expect. And I think that we can do a little more with this sky to bring that sky up to his face. Bring it here. What's wrong? Why isn't the sky changing the light? Oh, because there's... Wait a minute. There's something blocking the light. There's a building over here. This one. Let's just hide it for now. And this one. Now what happens when we move this around a little bit? Okay, I think we maybe move the sun up. No matter what I do, I can't get the sun to come below his hat. I mean, to cover his face, to come at the right angle. Let's go to perspective view and take a look. Let's get down to the street level and see what... See, it's like coming right at him, but where is the sun? Well, we just click on Marcus. Yeah, it's something very weird here happening. I'm not sure why. Where is the sun? I gotta come up higher to find it. It's like right overhead, so if we... the way you do this is in filament mode. Filament mode shows you your HDRI. We gotta wait until it... Come on, filament mode, show us the... There it is. And now we can take and click on the environment options And we can move the sun down, find which one moves it down. Kind of like that. And like this. Okay. Now we want it off to the side. So we rotate it. We got a weird look. Let's turn the sky the right way. Which would be which one? This one, I think. And then we rotate it this way. I can't tell. Let's just go 0, 0, 0, and then we'll move it where we want it. Okay, X should, no, not that one. Just rotate around until, okay. We got to look up. Okay. So, which one just brings it down? Okay, we'll rotate it over here. And then we'll bring it down. Down. That might be enough, but let's do it just to make sure a little more. And this should still rotate over, yeah. A little bit like that. Now let's go back to our camera. Let's see what we've got. We're definitely gonna, it looks like we got the light straight on him, but that might be just way too much. No, that's kind of what I wanted. Just to do is get his face going there. These clouds are okay here. Okay, let's get him a cane. I can't see what this cane is. Okay. All right. Give him a candy cane. This thing's nice. Where's our cane? Our cane. Timeless Carol cane. Right hand. I probably should have I just put it in his hand. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Where's the cane? And we rotate it. And I think it's too far ahead of him. Okay, I better lock the camera or I'm gonna end up moving it. We go to most used, lock the camera. So I have to go to perspective mode. Let's select the cane. Not the there. Well, I think terracotta was a good description. They're kind of terracotta. I think that was an excellent description. Yes, it was. It seems like they are, in a way. It's a very odd kind of city. So I can't tell which way these are going. Okay, we're going to scale the cane down. Oh, it scales up, kind of. Okay, we're going to bend the hand out like that. And we can just move it around like this with this little thing here. Maybe, kinda, sorta. That kind of works in a lucky way. Okay, I think having a tattoo on his chest would be kind of nice. Even some wings or anything that kind of, maybe, I don't know, maybe that's too much. Maybe he should have like a shirt on, you know? Maybe the chest is just, the problem with it is the chest is just too kind of decadent, I think, in a way. Or maybe we should go more decadent. Okay, we're going to vote. Tattoos or a black shirt, leave the chest. You got 3 choices. Tattoos for the chest, or, you know, a black shirt to just kind of make him look a little bit kind of less, whatever it is, or a shirt. Should we put a shirt on him? Now, this cane isn't really showing up that much. I wonder if we hid the fence. If the cane might show up a little bit more. I think it does show up a little more. I think our sun is a little too bright. I'm thinking the black shirt. Let's find a black, just find a shirt. Because it just doesn't, dark and, let's see what this does. Oh, that's not the shirt. This is the shirt. That kind of works, and that works in a way where then I can get rid of the belt, the gun belt, and we can just make the shirt a nice kind of color. And I think that kind of classies it up a little bit. It's just, there's a part of me that wants to, well, you know. All right, so we go with the shirt. Where's the Canadian tuxedo? We make it black. There we go. I think I like that better. And, all right, let's try and tame this environment down a little bit. Let's go to 1. It's just it's really hitting this environment tint. Let's go with a yellow. Okay, something's wrong with his feet. I think his pants should be the same texture as the shirt, but we'll see. I guess they're okay. Perspective. Okay, we go to perspective view. Yeah, his feet are sinking into the ground. So I'm gonna take this cane and parent it to him. It'll move with him. Okay, now we can move him. All right. We can move him up. And now, when I have these instances where their foot just isn't long enough, I'll do something really weird. Like this. I'll just take one foot, like this foot, which is too long. And I will, all right, where's the, and I'll just scale it up, make it a little smaller. Everybody's got one longer leg than the other. This one, just bring it, how far down have I got to bring it though? Make it a little longer. Bend. Sometimes it just becomes evident that that one leg is like terribly longer. And you can't do it, but how did I get that to be right? Something tells me it's not, but no, it's not. So we can scale this down till it hits the ground. It's going right between. Let's take a look at his fingers before we go back to the camera. Okay, the thumb is going right through the jacket. This may be very difficult to remedy. What I'm going to do is do this bones thing. Just pull this whole arm back. And then twist his arm. Twist, where is it? And what we'll do, let's take his jacket. Jacket, long coat, tool settings, mesh grabber. That's not working. That's bent all the way up. Let's try the camera view. Let's just forget that the hand is going through there. And let's see what it looks like. And it's not going to look right because I got to take this hand and pull it down some to his hip. Okay. Let's see what this looks like now. All right. It has been a long day. It's 7 hours that I have been sitting here. So, yeah, I'm devoted to my trade. That looks like it works. Now we go back to here. I'm not going to be here much longer, but let's see. Now, something tells me my cane may not be flush straight down. He is taking a step. That might explain the extended leg. And this seems to be in alignment. With body. Just wondering if it was like rotated way out or something like that, because I hadn't really looked at it from the side. Save this. Now I don't really want to do this, but we're going to look at the hand again. It looks okay in Iray, but from a distance, and I guess his finger could be tucked in under this. But what I could do, just select the code again, go back to Iray, let's get it right. Let's go down to 5. Let's make this, which one, the gizmo? Make that gizmo a little bigger. I render things at, you know, at 8,000 and all. So if I don't fix these now, I will see it in the render because everything will be so large. I'll be like, my render window will be like a keyhole, and I'll notice every place where his foot's going through the ground, where the cane isn't in the right place, and then I'll have to stop the render and render it again. Okay, so it's just get it right. It's the kind of thing where zoom in and get those things right. And kind of think the hat's a little high, but I don't know that I can actually. There is a way to fix the hat. I think if you try to move the hat itself, I don't think the hat will move. No, see, Z. But if I try to move the hip of the hat, that moved something there. But I think I'm going to leave it. I think the hats just leave well enough alone. Now, I like the I just don't, okay, let me see what this looks like in Iray. I think maybe I'm going to render this. Oh, we got 2 people left. It's probably Angus. I don't know if Angus is still here. And maybe Cherry. So this is it. This is it's time to render. This is kind of bright and all that's kind of bright, but I think Angus, my most loyal fan, you are wonderful. It's great to have you here, my friend. So, yes, Angus, let's hope we have some lovely weather for you tomorrow in the hinterlands. This is ready. Let's do a render. I can't do a I think he needs a necklace. Just something, some kind of necklace. Maybe. Let's see. Necklace. See these here, let's give him this one. Did that work? This is for Genesis 9. Character prop. Wizard separate. Okay, let's see what happened to our necklace. Let's go to the necklace. It's probably under his shirt. Neck. All right, let's try again. Maybe it just didn't put it in. Now he's got two necklaces, I think. Tuxedo, the cane. Well, we got two necklaces here, but they just didn't go on him. And I had him selected, I'm quite sure. Accessory. Okay, that's unsupported. It's Genesis 8 male. That's big. Come on. Kinda gaudy. Let's take a look from the camera. Nah. Let's see what else we got for necklaces. Accessory. King's Magister. Something a little more modest. And he's got to have a ring on his finger. Okay, I think that necklace kind of works, but we got to get up close and see what it is. All right, it's just not hanging on him well, so what we got to do, where's the necklace? What can we do here? Parameters, Y translate. So let's see if we can get it down on his neck. Well, that's not letting me move it. Z. Let's try this. Hip. All right, that's working. That gets it down on the top part. Y. Okay, that's a little too much. All right, and then we just take our mesh grabber. Twelve. 9. Okay. And get him a ring for his left hand ring finger. ring. Left index, left pinky, left ring. Let's see how this works now, buddy. Oh, great. Can't find stuff. Okay, but it still went on his finger, I think. But it's not right. It's a cube. Well, that didn't work. All right. Marcus. Let's go up to the top, see if we can find the Genesis 9 stuff. Ring. Something big and gaudy with a gigantic stone on it. The skull ones were kind of nice. Okay. This is for Genesis 8 female. I think what I'm going to do is just put it in the scene and then put it where I want it to go. Control alternate minus. Well, I don't know that I want that one yet. Let's see. There might be something else. Okay, those are shaders. Well, here we go. We're just going to put it in the scene. Find out where it is. Probably at his feet. It's way back there. Up. Down. Okay, over. Okay, let's get it near his hand. Okay. It's not like I've never done this before. Yeah, I have. I've done this before. It's what you do. Scale it. I think that works. And now we have to make sure that we have some, let's look at the surfaces of the ring and make sure that they're not, yeah, this is a, that is, so where are the RSL? I don't see any. I guess it comes with the Iray. Let's see what it looks like in Iray. That kind of works. Now, what's happening here? No, I just moved it. I didn't want to do that. Z, I moved his hand or something. All right, move it back. All right, what we could do, that's the ring. We're going to drop that on Marcus. So it's part of him. And then we're going to take a look at this ring. Surfaces. Where's the gem? Okay, there's a bunch of little gems. Where's the middle gem? Okay, there's the ring color. The gold is nice. Big gem. And I was hoping it would allow me to I guess that's going to have to do. Camera. You can barely even see it, but it's there. I think we're going to do that. We're going to leave it at this now. And people will see it like at a full screen. They're not going to see it in this little teeny picture here. Okay, so now we're going to go to render settings. We're done, people. Just got to set up the render settings, and you can see it a little bit even with the small. We're at 8,000, 16 by 9. And yeah, I think this works. And so we go to progressive renders. We got to make sure we're out of mesh grabber mode. Maximum samples, maximum time. See, it doesn't take any time to set up your render settings. And render. Wow, it's been a great day for me. Thank you, people, for making this a very special tutorial today. I've had some nice people. Someone left a comment on one of my videos here and said that my tutorials were just like being in class with a professor, and I thought that was nice because in a way, it made me feel like I'm giving a concentrated thing rather than something, you know. And you know what? I'll tell you, I don't know if that's really the case, because I have sat in on some Berkeley, because they have some of the Berkeley, California professors that they offer their classes online. You can just sit in on them for free. And I've sat in on some of those classes and just completely just floated. I didn't know anything about a single thing they were talking about. And they were talking about like different image formats like JPEG, and how the compression gets in, and how they set up all these little compression algorithms, and going into the algorithms in particular, the RGB and 16-bit and how many, and all of it. But I mean, in complex stuff about how the algorithms handle color and the color gamut. Now, the way I explain it, it's about 100 times more simplified than the way they were, and I was just completely floating. And I don't think my classes, these tutorials are that complicated. Now, but they can get. I think that's the thing, is I'd like them to get more complicated, and I don't mean it in like to the point where it's so complicated nobody wants to follow along, but I'd like to get into weight mapping and into joint. I know a little bit about. I've set up joints on figures before, not very much, like once or twice. I've rigged figures, and I don't. I want to do it comprehensively so that you can do it. So that it's not like the kind of thing where you see it done and it's like, oh, okay, but more like, wow, I think I could do that. I think, and you know, that happened to me. I always wanted to always wanted to edit videos. I always wanted, almost all of my life, even before I owned a computer, I wanted to work with videos. I think a lot, I think almost every person everyone would love to work with videos. I just think it's something that's built in every one of us. And so I've always worked with music, but I've always wanted to work with videos. And one day I saw a YouTube video, and I watched a lot of them, and they were just way too much for my brain to handle. And I watched this one video, and somebody made it very easy and simple. And they said, use this program and go in and load your content and drag it into here and and organize your clips, and you edit them like this, and then you make your movie and you upload it to the internet or wherever you're going to go with it. And so, you know, all of a sudden, it was like that day was the day that I made my first video, my first music video. And it was a good one. That was when I realized, you know, I can actually do this. I took King Kong, and I edited it to Welcome to the Jungle and it was powerful. I mean, by Guns N' Roses. It's still online. If you look up Rex Red and Welcome to the Jungle and King Kong, you'll find it online, and it was the first video I ever edited, and it was a hit. I mean, it went on the torrent sites, I got thousands of views and downloads. People had to download it before they could even watch it, and they downloaded it. And as soon as they knew it was like King Kong and Welcome to the Jungle, it was like, I got to see that, and it was a hit. But it took somebody, it took a lot of different videos of me watching and not getting anywhere and not getting anywhere and not getting anywhere. I believe I edited that in Movie Maker, but somebody showed had a video that showed how to do it, and so I kind of wish this was just round, but it's okay. It could be like, and we got a little ring there. I did edit his skin a little bit, and luckily his fingernail texture didn't get destroyed. Remember, I edited this part of it was like a metal, some kind of metal texture, and I put leather on that. That worked out well. And his hand, let's see, his hand looks okay there. It looks like maybe his thumb is resting on his hip. We put different boots on him because the boots, and look, he's standing on the ground nicely. Now you know why I render large like this. So I can really see this looks okay. And it's in his hand okay. So if these are the things, his hands, the feet on the ground, how does the hat, is there any poke through? That's another thing. You look for poke through. It's usually in the sleeves, in the corners, or here, like this kind of place. Any place where there's poke through, you look for poke through. This is done. It's ready. It's very rare when I can just render it the first time and it's all done. So yeah, I think it's his. It's okay. It's not it's not absolute wow kind of thing, but it's cool. It's okay, and and I was able to showcase. Look how cool that is. There's some street lights that are showing in the. I don't like how this is so. And you know what? There is a way to go and select this surface, and use and just lower the brightness of it. It's okay. It's okay to have a few blown out things in your scene. Ingmar Bergman, most of his films were like oversaturated and overexposed, very contrasty. And he dominated a decade at least. I know his films are still like amazing, yet they're kind of dark. They're extremely dark and and mature, I would say. They're definitely they're not rated R, they're rated M. They're above and beyond R rating. And you talk about like banning books and everything. A lot of Ingmar Bergman's stuff would get banned because it's. But I watched it before I was 18 years old. I watched it stayed up late at night and watched it on cable at 3:00 in the morning, and it changed my life. But it didn't, it didn't hurt me. It didn't destroy me. I think it made me a very passionate person, and all. I absolutely love Ingmar Bergman films. I remember one with this disabled young girl, and she had at the end there was a helicopter that went and landed, and she thought it was some kind of I don't know, alien attack, or because she wasn't all there and everything, And it kind of made her go crazy a little bit, and I'm not sure, maybe a lot. She just wasn't really, she didn't know what a helicopter was. And then there was one called Virgin Spring. That one was utterly like, wow. That one was really amazing. I mean, just like, wow, like that somebody thought that up, and it was a horrible tragedy. But in the end, there was kind of like some kind of reprise. Not much, but profound reprise. Like, so yeah. And it was deep. It was just incredibly deep. Those things, you know, turned me into a deep thinker, into somebody who really like expanded my mind more than like mushrooms or something. It just expanded my mind into and made this gigantic arena of where I could set up my ideas. Just it was, you know, the length and breadth, and to know the length and breadth and depth and height. You know, that's from the book of Ephesians in the Bible. It's just, you know, it's to have that all in your brain. And you know, that's what my computers are. My computers are, they're an arena. Inside of there is 24 gigs of RAM, and that I can, you know, fill in a stadium, you know, of scenery in them. And that's what it is. And inside of that scenery, you put drama. You put something as profound as you can at the moment. And this seems to be it for now. I'm glad I changed his shirt. I put a shirt on him. That was just not right. And I'm not sure what's up with this, but you know, it would have been nice to make this. It looks like an opal, maybe. I think maybe a ruby would have been nicer, or an emerald. This is nice. It's just, and I think his hat, I should have like pulled it in a little bit on the side and in on the side here. So, but I think he's remember I took his skin and put this, gave him a little bit of a pox of some sort. It just, it needed it. His skin needed it. And I'm not sure these eyebrows, I'm happy with them. I think maybe if they'd been a little more flat and sinister, they might have looked a little bit better. But they're okay. They're fine. So, and this, the texture on this shirt is just perfect it just fit perfectly. I just clicked the button and the shirt was there. I didn't have to do anything. The shirt, now that I notice, is kind of going through there a little bit. I could have pulled that out a little bit but nobody will ever see that, I don't think. But that's the only thing I see is really kind of like, and that maybe I would have gone more with straighter eyebrows and lower. So, but that's okay. Yeah. And it's probably up to 2,000. Yeah, it's almost up to 2,000. I could easily pull that out and render this very quickly. But the size that people are going to see this at, like, this is like full screen 4K, like pretty close to 4K on my computer. This is full screen, and it's so. This is going to be shrunk a lot so that people can actually see the image. So this works. So thank you for watching. I hope at the end that I didn't talk too much. So, all right, it's very nice. It's very nice to have been here with all of you today. We've had a and Cherry here, and let's go here to our We had Angus and Cherry and Art, Chris Cox, a Daz content creator. It's like, wow. And we had Software Tools. I don't know if Software Tools is still here, but and then we also had Pat C. Is this program like that? Pat C has been in our chats quite a few times, and it was nice to introduce Pat C to, because Pat seemed to find some interest in character creator, and we have again and Cherry. I'm going through the and then we had 3D Madness, who came in and told us all that he had just gotten his 4090, and I had to say, well, I think I'm going to wait till the 5090 comes out, because it's going to be within 6 months. They takes them a couple years to come out with a new one, and I did that. I bought two. I don't think they were below a 1080 Ti's. And I bought them, and then I put two 1080s, and then a month, not a half a month later, they came out with the 1080 Ti's, and I ended up sending them back, and I paid almost the same because I really got shafted with them on Amazon, and I ended up sending them back, and Anus was here. Anus was. And we had Anus kept me kind of with all kinds of ideas. We had Berlin Ted here. We have Crypto X. And we also had Skylark Radio. And he bookmarked my channel because he just stumbled on it by looking up 3D. Well, thank you. Thank you, YouTube, for putting me in the 3D search, because there's a lot of competition. We had Ruben Seeley here, and he asked if it was Dome and Scene. I don't know how long he stayed, but it was very nice having Ruben here. And Anus, just a lot of Anus talking. And then we had also CDJ was here, and it's very nice, and he said Daz for life. And we also had Sakar, and he's been trying to learn Daz stuff. And we had D. Dubovsky, who is Eve. And we had Ed London here at the very, very, very beginning. Angus, Ed London was the first one to say hi. So it's very nice when people just come right in and say, I'm here. So, but all right. So thank you, people. We got 23 likes today. All these awesome, awesome, awesome fans today. So we're going to play a little bit of music, and our what would you call this guy? I'm thinking he's kind of like a voodoo man, you know? Our voodoo man is it's kind of like New Orleans. I don't know what you would call him. So, but they have all kinds of different names to describe. I don't know. Magister is, I think, a judge kind of person, but in a way they kind of executed law in a way. They had their own laws, and I don't know much about New Orleans lore, and he's not really he kind of black man, but because he definitely had darker skin than a lot of the other characters I had. I picked I would say he's of the Latin variety more, and so it's a little bit of the black man going on. So it's all good. So very good. So thank you for watching. We got a little bit of music. I'm gonna go. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. And I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. This is Rex Red saying so long for now. Angus, have a good night. And the 4 people still watching, thank you. Thanks for hanging out till the very end. It's in sending me off with this really awesome night with some good Daz people. You people are awesome. It's very nice to have you here. I hope if I'd missed anybody, we had Ted here, and I think I got 3D Madness. I didn't mention 3D Madness. I don't think I did. Thank you for being here. So yes. And Art is always, he brought in Chris. Very good. Very, very good. It's awesome. You know, it's kind of scary for me having really professional people here, like, because, you know, people that know how to build all kinds of stuff in Daz and stuff. It's just, my long suit is that I know how to use, I know my library. I have 10,000 items in my library. I know just about every one of them. I took the time to buy and purchase, download, install, find out where it lives on my computer. 10,600 assets. And those are assets that each asset can have all kinds of different, you know, like HDRI things, which have 10 HDRIs in them, and just all of the different assets. I know my assets, and I also know my, and I feel, and I believe that I'm an okay artist at putting stuff together. And so I feel like I have some kind of artistic craft. And so, yeah, I started out in ceramics. I used to be a ceramic teacher and also a poor boy. I used to, and it's just the irony of being in ceramics before you end up actually with figures and you know, we had the Smileys and the Fishermen and all of the different ceramics and the different ceramic companies. There was Ceramic Chrome and Duncan, and I used to go and travel for, you know, hours to get to seminars and learn painting techniques and all this stuff. And I was a good painter. I could paint eyes and stuff like that. And so I was in ceramics and for many, many years. And my whole childhood and growing up, not my whole childhood, by the time I was about 15 and on until I was in my early 20s when I ended up at a big ceramics studio and shop and ended up as one of their main poor boys, pouring slip into ceramics and cleaning them out and taking them out of the ceramics. And yeah, I did that for years. And but I also taught ceramics and taught painting and taught classes in ceramics at a very young age, because I learned it all, and all the molds. I had to know all the molds and all that stuff. And so, yeah, my mother had about 1,000 molds, and they were all the different molds. Yeah, so it was very nice. We'd have like classes with 10, 15 people come in, and they would all ask me to paint the eyes on their figure because they just like this with a paintbrush. So, yeah, I got pretty good. Eyes are just like a dot inside of a dot inside of a dot inside of a dot, so it's not that hard. You don't have to paint around them. So, yeah, it's that made it easy. So, but yeah, it's just kind of ironic that that I never would have thought that ceramics were going to lead to a 3D career. But that's what this is 3D art. It is what it is, and it's fun. It's just fun, just like ceramics was fun, and mixing all the paints, crystal glazes, and the underglazes, and spraying clear coat on ceramics and doing all scraping them, and yep, we did all that stuff. So it was fun. Firing ceramics and all the bisque and the greenware, all that was all fun. So, all right, later, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your evening or day or whatever it's doing in your part of the world. And I will take us out again with a little bit of this, some of my music here. It's not very long. I need a longer one, so I can just turn it off when I'm done talking. That's going to do it for me. I'm going to see you again. This is Rex Red. So long. Bye-bye.